what you're doing. What you're doing. We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your
Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm so glad you're here. Happy Thursday Birds Day to you. Today is Thursday, January 19th, 2023.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Is that true, Truckhorn? My goodness, what a dire story. Thank you for the 8 months of support at Tier 2 right there, Truckhorn. Thank you for supporting Paleontologizing here on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Holy moly. If any of you are here for the very first time, whether you're watching live on Twitch right now, or whether you're watching in the future in a VOD or on YouTube, I'm really glad you're here. Welcome to the channel. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaur fossils in particular. I dig up dinosaurs at various places across the American West for various museums. Places like Utah, Montana, And looks like Wyoming this next summer, too. Very excited about that. I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature. And 5 days a week here on Twitch, I do science outreach. Talking about dinosaurs with all of you wonderful people. Talking about dinosaurs, which often lends itself to talking about broader concepts in natural history. Extinction, evolution, anagenesis, cladogenesis, adaptation and homology, and all of these other cool concepts. Learning about the world around us and our place in it as human beings. By looking back in time at the incredible fossil record on our amazing planet Earth. We're going to be doing lots of that today. We're going to be going over some fossil news. Ontogeny, too. There you go. Jody Fish. Phylogeny and ontogeny. Yes, indeed. Yeah. We're going to have a fun stream today. Lots of fossil news today. We'll probably be doing some dinosaur deep dives. And also, it is Thursday Birds Day, too. So I hope you there in chat have been able to photograph some birds around you this past week. If you haven't, if you forgot, that's totally fine. Thursday Birds Day is a new thing. But this is going to be our Thursday jam from now on, you know? So, yeah, let's skip this one. There we go. But yeah. Anyway, before we get started with any of that stuff, Captain Lamy has redeemed a dinosaur deep dive. I know this particular theropod dinosaur. Thank you, Captain Lamy. There we go. We'll probably cover this one today, actually, along with some of our other related theropods. Yes. Falco. Peregrinus. I actually saw one of these just the other day. For Captain Lamy. Thank you. That is a well-chosen dinosaur, my friend. We might even be doing some streams related to that particular dinosaur later on, if I'm still here in the Bay Area around May, which I probably won't be. We'll have to see. Anyway, let's see who's here in chat. We'll do some greetings, and then we'll get started with the day's activities. Layer T appears to have been first today. Unless OBS is tricking me. Layer T says, got your singing voice stuck in my head. I'm sorry about that, Layer T. Deepest apologies. Good to have you here, Layer T. Kodali 2010, howdy. Hope you're doing well. And Claire Burr is taking a much-needed, much-deserved nap right now, it seems. Claire, thank you for everything you do. Appreciate you, Claire. Hope you're getting some good rest. I assume you're not listening right now. You better be sleeping, Claire. Get some rest. Smorphosaurus, how are you doing? Welcome. Good to have you here. The Lenina says, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to you too, Lenina. Welcome. Zaza Gaming has returned to us as well. Welcome, Zaza Gaming. I'm so glad to see you again. Are you going to become a regular here? Oh man, I hope so. Welcome back, Zaza. It's good to see you. Lady Lara Croft says hello, everyone. Right back at you, Lady Lara Croft. Howdy. Sea Frog says good morning, all. Welcome, Sea Frog. And Astronomy Show, hello to you too. Welcome back. Lilith Obo, hope you're having a good day so far. It's good to see you, Lilith. Jody Fish, good afternoon to you as well. And to yours. And XF Kirsten, going on vacation to Orlando. Oh, very cool, XF Kirsten. Well, shoot, if you're going to be in Central Florida, you might have a chance to visit Florida Dinosaur World in Plant City, Florida. It does look like it's still open. This is the thing, when I was a kid, I never got to go. But, and honestly, the dinosaurs are not great. But if you've got kids who enjoy dinosaurs, you can teach your kids about why these dinosaurs are inaccurate. Oh, goodness. That's a baby Styracosaurus? That's really lousy. The babies aren't just scaled-down versions of the adults. They're very different, you know? A totally different morphology through ontogeny, you know? Anywho. And are these supposed to be iguanodon? Oof. Anyway, maybe don't go to this. I don't know. If it appeals to you, check it out. But yeah, Dinosaur World in Florida. It's there. Yeah. But yeah. Who else have we got? Oh, Kirsten, that's gonna be fun. I hope. Really hope you enjoy your vacation. A Truckhorn, how are you doing? Welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Travel the World, how are you doing, Travel? Welcome back. Our generous supporter here, Travel. Really appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah. Paramedics Underground, Dino Time. Indeed, Paramedics. Yeah, that could be an alert we put together. Dinosaur Time. It's a little basic, but it'll definitely work. Yeah. Zalak, how are you doing? Welcome, Zalak. Good to see you. Yeah. Bubsy, your favorite opener. I'm so glad you like that cold open there with the fire-starting Troodon. Status mammal unknown, says Vomachi. Jinxed Art, how are you doing? Welcome, Jinxed Art. Howdy to you, too. Hope you're having a good day. And you're live from the present, Zalak. Yeah. Broadcasting to us live from the present time is Zalok. Thank you, Zalok. But let's see here. Who else have we got? T-Mat Tricks. Making french fries. Very nice, T-Mat Tricks. Don't let any gulls near those french fries. Yeah. Maybe keep them behind the windshield so that dinosaurs don't take your french fries. This is maybe a little bit cruel, but it's also very funny. Oh, boy. That would... Oh, man. I could cut that into the Birds opener that we just watched. That could be pretty funny. Yeah. And, Mechanism, how are you doing? Welcome, Mechanism. Howdy. Golganek. What's shaking with you, Golganek? Always lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Darian Beagle. Excellent talk on the end of the megafauna. Interesting. I don't know if I've... Nope. I have watched this before, because it just skipped to this part right here. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you for sharing, Darian Beagle. We were talking about the end Pleistocene megafaunal extinctions yesterday. Thank you, Darian Beagle. Appreciate that. And you were there. Oh, that's super cool. At AM&H in New York City, New York State, United States. Very cool, Darian. Very cool indeed. Yeah. Happier Cuts, how are you doing? Howdy. Friendly Neighborhood Mexican, how you doing, Friendly? Buenos tardes to you, too. But yeah. And let's see. There's a science center in Montreal that has a dinosaur expo, but no dinosaur on their advertising has feathers. If it's a Megaraptor theropod, it needs feathers. Other dinosaurs, many of them had feathers, but many of them probably didn't have feathers, too. We could talk a bit about that today when we're talking about the G-hole biota in China, Yixian Formation, and the preservation of dinosaur feathers. We'll talk about that, I think. Yeah. And Neon Coffee Cat says, I still remember the seagulls stealing the pizza at the zoo that Danny and Lordy went to. I know, wasn't that funny? It was funny because it wasn't our pizza. There was a family seated behind us who bought like a $40 zoo pizza. And then these seagulls descend. People get up for a second. They're just devouring the pizza. And there's a woman standing there going, oh no, oh my stars, oh my stars. She just kept repeating that again and again as the gulls just devoured this $45 pizza. Yeah. I don't know if it actually costs that much. That's just, I always bring my own food when I go to a zoo or a place like that. But yeah. And Zaza says, I think we need an entire stream on why Argentinosaurus is the best dinosaur ever. Interesting take there, Zaza. We will be talking about Titanosaurs today, the group that Argentinosaurus belongs to. Argentinosaurus might be the largest dinosaur we have right now. And if you think biggest equals best, then, well, then it would be the best, wouldn't it? But that's still up for debate, actually. Oh, and thank you for dropping in there, Mna024, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. And you wouldn't be surprised, especially for a zoo. Yeah, food's expensive in places like that, Saggy Iguana. That's where they get you. That's probably, I don't know. They probably try and keep admission costs low to keep things accessible, and then for the people who are comfortable paying, you know, $79 for a medium pizza, then, yeah, you know, they're happy. The zoo's happy. Everybody's happy. Hopefully the people making the pizza are also happy. Hopefully they're getting paid well. Anyway, yeah. An entire stream on your reaction to the Dinosaurs of the Ark game. We might do that, Zaza Gaming. That might be a nice... Maybe we'll do a fundraiser stream like that. Maybe when I'm doing fundraising for the generator that I'll need for fieldwork live streams this year, maybe we'll do an Ark Dinosaurs video game reaction and ranking stream. I think, yeah, I think that might be fun, actually. You heard it here, folks. When we're fundraising for the generator that I'll need for fieldwork live streams, maybe we'll do an Ark, A-R-K, Ark, survival revolved, video game reaction stream. Yeah, we'll see. Do it, you will cringe, says Smorphosaurus. I think that's kind of the point. Yeah. And I did not get to pop by the P.O. box yet. I'm hoping, soon I can, Lenina. Did that parcel arrive? I did drive by the P.O. box this morning, but I don't think the post office was open yet. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Well, everybody, let's, what do you say we go ahead and get into some fossil news here. And we'll talk about dinosaur feathers.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Megatronus, thank you for converting a Prime sub into a recurring subscription right there. Thank you very much, Megatronus. Really appreciate that. Holy moly. As a recurring subscriber, you will now be supporting the channel month by month for as long as you choose to stay subscribed. And that is the kind of support that keeps this channel going, you know? Could not do this without you. So I really appreciate that. And also, there's perks that you get too. You get all those emotes. Emotes like these and these. And these and these and these. You can use those all over the place. That's actually the one thing that I found about dinosaur emotes, is that if you spam them in other people's channels, they're less inclined to get angry, and they're more inclined to go, oh wow, there's dinosaurs in chat? What are those? You know? So yeah. Plus you've got a little sub badge next to your name now. And that's well, it's a Triceratops egg. For you, it might be a baby Triceratops.
Protect our fossils, because if they're removed,
Zaza Gaming, thank you for subscribing too.
Forever.
Holy cow, really appreciate that. Thank you. Spectacular. This applies to you as well. Thank you, Vigilanta X, for the follow. Appreciate that. I saw you typing in the chat. I'll get to you in a minute. Don't think I'm ignoring you, because I'm not. I'll get to you in a second. But, yeah, Zaza Gaming and Who else was this? And Megatronus. Yeah. You now have a little emblem next to your name, a subscriber badge. It starts off as a little Triceratops egg, and then that egg hatches into a very cute baby Triceratops. That's not some, like, cartoon rendering. That's, you know, it's not a fanciful reconstruction. That's based on real fossil evidence. Let me show you. This is a baby Triceratops skull right here. We actually 3D printed this and assembled it just the other day. This is the specimen that baby Triceratops is based on. And then the longer you stay subscribed, the older and more mature your Triceratops gets. And each one of those specimens is actually based on a real Triceratops skull. Here we go. Like here at Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work, there's a beautiful display with these different Triceratops skulls. It shows how these animals developed and changed as they were growing from a hatchling to an adult. So that same progression is reflected there in the sub badges, and yeah, the longer you stay subscribed, the more mature and distinguished your Triceratops will get. So thank you for that support. I really appreciate it. Vigilanta X says, hello everyone. I was told there were dinosaurs. Vigilanta, you were told correctly. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We have many dinosaurs here. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I do, what I study, what I publish on, and what I talk about here. So if you've got dinosaur questions, I'll do my best to answer them for you. And Emna, how are you doing? Thanks for the Komodo hype, and thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. And Lil Ben Cut Gang, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah, thanks for joining us. And dinosaur emotes are good. I agree, Smorphosaurus. Arlay, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, hope you're having a good day so far. And your favorite dinosaur? Jellica? Triceratops is your favorite dinosaur? It's one of my very favorite dinosaurs, too. I've dug up a lot of Triceratops specimens over the years. It's one of the dinosaurs that we know the most about because we have... It's one of the dinosaurs we have the most specimens of, so we can get the most data on it. Figure out its paleobiology, its ontogeny. Yeah. Very, very cool dinosaur, Triceratops. And you're an anthropologist. Oh, excellent, Vigilanta. Well, welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. I study fossils, you study humans in a scientific way. Very, very cool. Do you have like a particular specialty within anthropology? I'd love to know. Are you a forensic anthropologist, physical anthropologist? If you don't mind sharing, I'd love to know. Yeah.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Moonrise Rabbit.
Really been a whole year already?
Almost 15 months. Moonrise Rabbit, really appreciate you. Thank you for the 15 months of support. That's a long time. I really appreciate that, Moonrise Rabbit. Thank you for your ongoing support. Keeping this ship afloat. Appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah, and Masculine, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here, Masculine. Yeah. And it is almost a year, isn't it, Astronomy Show? Excellent. Yeah. And
extinction is the
Tradoon.
substantial change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Hello.
there you go. It almost did with dinosaurs. Neolithic Fool, how are you doing, Neolithic? Thank you for the 10 months.
dinosaurs.
Really
Hello,
appreciate
friends.
that, Neolithic.
Am I here in time for the news?
You are, Darkolotl. You are indeed. Welcome, Darkolotl. I hope you're doing okay. How are you? How are you feeling? It's good to have you here, Darkolotl. And Oliver, how are you doing? Great to have you here. Where did my... All right, without further ado, we're going to jump into our fossil news. You ready? Let's do it. That didn't work. Hang on a second. There we go. Nope. All right, hang on. Remove. That's not it either. Oh, goodness. OBS, you try me sometimes. I'm gonna move this, and hopefully it stays where it's supposed to be. Oh, goodness. Hang tight, everybody. I'll find it. Where's our fossil? There it is. All right. It's time for fossil news. All right, welcome to Fossil News, everyone. And thank you, Lordy, for those 300 bits. Really appreciate that. We're approaching a level 1 hype train here. Excellent. Wow. Thank you, Lordy, very, very much. Everybody, Lordy's not feeling super well today, so I don't think she's streaming today. But it's great to have you here, Lordy. I hope you're drinking plenty of liquid, getting plenty of rest. You took some Dayquil or something. Hope you feel better soon. But yeah. And, oh, and shoot, I'm sorry, Darkolotl. Your decisions got infected. I hope you're taking care of yourself too, Darkolotl. Of course, antibiotics. Yeah. Alright. And, before we get to fossil news, Vigilante says, I focus my research on fieldwork methods and cultural relativism. But I dabbled a lot in physical anthropology, particularly around the evolution of the human chin. Interesting. Yeah. Mandible protrusion there. How essential it has been to the development of language. Interesting stuff, Vigilante. Very interesting. Very cool. It's great to have you here. Yeah. And I'm glad you feel right at home here, Lordy. Excellent. I hope you're ready for some fossil news here. Let's talk about this. Rare fossilized feathers reveal secrets of paleontology hotspot during the Cretaceous period. So this is going to be about the Jehol biota, the Yixian Formation. And let's do some background on that real quick. There we go. Good old Wikipedia. And Wikipedia seems to have actually changed their UI a little bit. It feels different. The Yixian Formation. It's in Jinshan, Liaoning, in China, in the early Cretaceous period. And where is our list of dinosaurs here? Paleobiota, there we go. There we go, there's that table. Lots of different dinosaur species. Several sauropods, several ornithischians, including some that I'm working on right now, and lots of theropod dinosaurs, many of them with feathers. This is one of the most famous fossil sites in the world nowadays, and one of the best places in the world for feathered dinosaurs. Arguably the best place in the world for feathered dinosaurs. Not arguably. Pretty much incontrovertibly. It's no contest. The Yixian Formation in Liaoning. Incredible dinosaur fossils coming out of here with feathers. In fact, this even showed up in a prominent YouTube video. Which we've watched a few times before. was that? Here we go. Yeah.
Release, scientists in China uncovered a feathered dinosaur for the first time, Sinosauropteryx. It takes very specific conditions for the Earth to record soft tissues like these.
We'll be talking about these
The
conditions.
animals had to be buried quickly before decomposing, and in fine-grained sediment.
Yep.
It turned out that this part of China, Liaoning province, saw major volcanic eruptions around 120 million years ago, which provided these very conditions. And more than 30 feathered dinosaur species have been unearthed there and in some other places since 1996.
Yep. We'll be talking about those conditions that went on to create these incredible dinosaur fossils. This new paper is examining that, kind of examining this as a depositional environment, trying to figure out what are the specific conditions that led to the fossilization of feathers on these dinosaurs. The cool thing is, there are many, many different kinds of dinosaurs that had feathers, and we never knew about it until the 1990s, because those feathers weren't preserved. Just like you don't normally have skin or soft tissue, organs, stuff like that preserved. Usually you just have, you know, bones and teeth. Well, in Liaoning, in the Xi'an Formation, conditions were just right for preserving things like skin, soft tissue, occasionally organs, and yes, feathers. But why? Let's talk about that. Yeah. The site of the Jihul biota in China is famous for stunning fossils which preserve soft tissue, skin, organs, feathers, and fur. These fossils offer rare insights into the evolution of characteristics like flight, but they need careful interpretation to understand what the soft tissue looked like and behaved like in life, and how decomposition may have affected it. A study published in Frontiers in Earth Science, that's a scientific journal there, analyzed 5 fossils of an early Cretaceous bird, Sapiornis chaoyensis, in order to study how the environment they were buried in changed the preservation of their soft tissue. The Jihul biota provides the most informative source for understanding Mesozoic ecology, said corresponding author Dr. Yan Xiao, based at the Institute of Geology and Paleontology at Linya University. Better understanding of the diverse taphonomy. Taphonomy means it's like all the processes that act on a critter after it dies, you know? Taphonomy. Better understanding the diverse taphonomy, all the different things that can happen to a critter after it dies and before it gets discovered, of Jihul terrestrial vertebrates can help us finally understand more about the past and future of biological evolution. Let's talk about taphonomy for just a second before we continue with that. Yeah. Some of you may have seen this before, but here's a step-by-step guide on how to become a fossil.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
What'd I tell you?
Step 1, die.
Yeah. You gotta be dead first. Yeah.
To becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast.
Just like we saw in the other
If you are
video.
buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
So that's the thing, is that in order to actually have most of your morphology preserved in the fossil record, you gotta get buried before scavengers can tear you apart, scatter everything to the 4 winds, or the 4 water currents, as the case often is. Yeah. Hi to you too, Mudman. Welcome. Yeah. On the bingo card, would this be unexpected tissue structure? No, Jody Fish, not quite. We have had not a lot of bingo stuff so far, have we? Shoot.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
Yeah.
Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place.
That also
Either way,
happens, yeah.
your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
Mm-hmm.
Step 4. Wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Pretty cool. So, in different environments, there's a lot of different factors that go into preservation like that. There's a lot of different things that can happen. There's different minerals in the ground. There's different modes of sediment being deposited, different kinds of sediment being deposited. And each one of these has an effect on what gets preserved and what doesn't. So why does deposition matter? Even at the G-hole biota, not all fossils are equally well preserved, and understanding the paleo environment is crucial to understanding those differences. Without this information, it's difficult for scientists to gauge the preservation of the soft tissue, which limits interpretation of the evidence. But at the G-hole biota, here in Liaoning, the Yixian Formation, because of the range of the specimens excavated, we've got so many different specimens. Individuals of the same species can be compared to one another to understand the taphonomic effects, the effects of the processes that happen between death and excavation of the environment on the soft tissue. This is not written in the clearest way. Yeah. Oh, and welcome, Cannabis Magic. Howdy, howdy. Shoot. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're talking about taphonomy right now. But yeah. I'm a paleontologist myself. It's great to have you here. You have a certificate in paleobiology. That's really neat. Well, great to have you here. So, an exceptionally well-preserved set of soft tissues are reported from a myriad of taxa from the G-hole biota, which contain irreplaceable information for understanding the early evolution of biological and ecological characteristics, said Xiao. We'd like to probe the factors that influence their preservation. So the team analyzed sediments to determine what kind of organic material the birds were surrounded with when they were buried and how the sediments were deposited. Interesting. There were two possible options to explain these specimens' rapid burial: volcanic activity.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Oh, thank you, anonymous gifter.
User gifted a tier 1 sub to
Appreciate that
Cannabis
very much.
Magic.
Thank you. Excellent. Enjoy the emotes there, the magic. Yeah. So there were two possible options to explain why you actually have, like, feathers preserved on these dinosaur and bird fossils. Volcanic activity, or a powerful rainstorm, washing away and burying it under other debris. Since fossils in pyroclastic flows don't preserve soft tissue well, pyroclastic flows are when... that is when basically a volcano erupts and you've got this blindingly fast cloud of hot ash and dust and awful stuff. Like this right here. You can't outrun this. It moves very, very fast. And it's the stuff of nightmares, it really is. That typically does not preserve soft tissue very well. Because it just burns everything up. So yeah, that cloud is extremely hot. It'll burn your flesh right off. Fossils in pyroclastic flows don't preserve soft tissue well. The most likely explanation is that the bird was swept away by a rainstorm and rapidly buried at the bottom of a lake, where a restricted burial environment ensured it wasn't disturbed. This combination of circumstances meant that millions of years later, its beautiful plumage would still be preserved in stone. Interesting stuff, and here is the actual paper itself. There we go. Let's download that article. There is a link for you. Yeah. And could a T-Rex outrun pyroclastic flows? Not even Superman himself could outrun a pyroclastic flow. Probably. He's not real. Sorry, kids. So no. By virtue of not being real, he could not run a pyroclastic flow. Yeah, and here's the actual paper right here. So what you saw there was like a press write-up, but this is straight from the science horse's mouth, unvarnished, uneditorialized. This is the actual paper here. And, yeah, it's mostly a geology paper. I'm not going to have too much to say about this, because it's kind of outside of my particular wheelhouse in paleontology. My goodness, this is TOC, TN, and CN ratio. Is that carbon/nitrogen? I don't even know. There's those different specimens right there. Interesting stuff. Really cool that they're trying to eliminate as many variables as possible by comparing members of the same species. Individuals of the same species that were all preserved together. Really cool stuff. Yeah. Pretty neat. And this particular bird, Sapiornis, would look like this. Something like that. Little toothed bird. Like this. Appropriate for Thursday Birds Day, wouldn't you say? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Science Stream says, silly question, Danny. It rarely is from you, Bulent. It's going to be a great question. When they call the title exceptional preservation, what is that criteria? I think in this case, there's soft tissue that's preserved. So it's not just bones or other hard parts like teeth or shells. It's soft tissue. Organs preserved in the rock. Feathers preserved in the rock. Here is one specimen of Sapiornis right there, that bird we were just looking at. And you can see there's kind of a film around this here. You can actually see the preserved feathers. You can see the feather veins. This one's not necessarily the prettiest. There's feathers right there that you can see preserved. But other dinosaur fossils, Microraptor fossil, you can see those feathers quite well. And in some of these, we can actually tell what colors the feathers were, because they're so well preserved. So this would be exceptional preservation, I suppose. Yeah. Where you actually have soft tissue in there also. Really cool, right? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I wasn't sure because in other fields, they don't allow the use of those types of words in title. Oh, interesting, Belent. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. In paleontology, it's kind of anything goes sometimes with language like that. Yeah. Isn't that gorgeous, Golganek? So this is not a bird per se. This is a dinosaur we call Microraptor. Microraptor is a really neat dinosaur. That's a lovely Microraptor right there. Oh, that's beautiful. Really, really nice. And that's about the right colors for this animal, too, based on the preserved feathers. Had kind of a very, very dark blue or dark purple, kind of iridescent plumage like this. So, yeah. 3D model that Microraptor. That's a neat idea, Science Streams. That's actually a really neat idea. Being able to sculpt one and 3D print it, and then, like, hang it from the ceiling? That would be really cool. Put it right up there. Ah, I just might have to do that. That is an excellent idea. Excellent idea, Bullet. Yeah. That'd be very cool. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah, let's actually see. Let's search in 3D printing website Thingiverse. Let's see if anybody else has tried to do this. Do we have any Microraptor Somebody has done a Microraptor there. You can download it for free. Shoot, that's pretty cool. It's a little basic, but there's a link to it here in the chat for you. Download that for free. Yeah, check that out. Very cool. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah, a little basic. I could, if I sit down for long enough, I could make it much more detailed than this. Certainly. Yeah. And then, let's see. Let's try, Sketchfab. Let's see if they have anything Microraptor related. They do. You gotta purchase this one. Looks a little fanciful here. Yeah, that their feet don't look like that. This is just wrong. Very, very inaccurate. There's what looks like a much better one. Yeah. I'm guessing this one's not available for download. But yeah, check that out. Oh, that's beautiful. That's really nice. Oh, I like that so much. Very, very cool. Yeah, very nice. So yeah, yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Cannabis Magic says they need to remake the Jurassic Park movies and give the dinosaurs feathers. I agree, Cannabis Magic. They should have done that back in 2015 with Jurassic World. Because we'd already known for, like, almost 20 years at that point. The dinosaurs had feathers. Dinosaurs like Velociraptor, which is actually Deinonychus in the movies. Yeah, but they didn't do it. They dropped the ball. So, yeah. They really should have, yeah, absolutely. Agreed. Anyway, really cool stuff. Really cool stuff indeed, trying to figure out why we have preserved dinosaur feathers, and I do think a large part of it is that in Liaoning at the time, I was talking about this with Jim the other day, actually, there would have been, like, periodic volcanic eruptions that would have created, like, lava dams and would have created these shallow, quiet lakes, and then more volcanic activity would occasionally spew up toxic gases and stuff like that, and ash, which helped out in two ways. Periodic releases of toxic gas would kill a bunch of critters all at the same time, and also reduce scavenging, because all the scavengers would presumably die at the same time, or they'd just be kind of, I don't know, they would have so much to eat that, you know, it'd be like a predator satiation kind of a scenario. So yeah, that would kill critters all at once like that. And then the ash falling down, very, very fine ash, allows for really fine scale preservation of soft tissues. And maybe it would also help lead to like an anoxic environment at the bottom of these shallow, quiet lakes. Yeah. Interesting stuff. We'll be talking more about that in the near-ish future, because I've got a paper that I'm going to be working on about that later this year. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And you want to go on an excavation sometime, Magic? That is a dream? Awesome. Well, shoot. You'll be able to watch some excavations, hopefully, this summer. Because I go out and dig dinosaurs during the summer. I used to go out every year before COVID, and I've gotten back into it now. I'm going to try and live stream as much as I can of my my fieldwork this summer. So stay tuned for that. It should be a lot of fun. We still got to get our hands on a generator before we can do that. But, yeah. That profoundly increases the number of step 1s, Jody Fish. Yes, step 1, die. Exactly. And you're officially out of a job since this morning. I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Javasaurus. Shoot. If anybody knows of anyone who's in need of a properly trained bioinformatician, yeah, let Dr. Javasaurus know. Shoot. I'm so sorry to hear that, Dr. Javasaurus. Academia is a cruel mistress. It really is. Yeah. We'll bounce back then. I know. And, yeah. An Armin Addict says, entertain my thought for a moment. Thoughts? How would you test that hypothesis? You know, you throw out a wild idea to any scientist, and they're going to say, oh, interesting. How would you test that hypothesis? You know? The thing is, we've got a good idea of the structure of the interior of the Earth. It really doesn't seem like some sort of artificially produced spacecraft at all. Nothing about the Earth matches that idea in the slightest. So yeah. And we also know the Earth is not slowly gathering momentum because that's not how things work in space. Like I'm no physicist, let alone an astrophysicist. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense. If anything, the Earth is actually losing momentum slowly as it goes around the sun. Yeah, and the Earth's, like, rotation is also slowing down. There used to be more days in every year. Back during the Jurassic period, it's estimated there would have been 377 days in every year. Not that it took longer to go around the sun, because it didn't. Earth is actually going around the sun slightly faster, as I understand it. Ever so slightly faster. But because the Earth would spin faster back then, so a day didn't take as long. A day was not 24 full hours like we have today. It would have been a little bit faster than that, so you had more days in a year. So yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense, Armin. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. And Texas Cryptid told Magic about the channel. Well, thank you, Texas Cryptid. I appreciate that. Yeah. Excellent. And, but yeah, but the moon is gaining momentum, is it? Okay, interesting. But yeah. So by definition, you would have lived longer, I suppose. Anyway, let's get into our next piece of fossil news for the day. We just covered taphonomy. There we go. And there. Taphonomy of the G-hole biota. This, I think, is pretty interesting. Some of you may have seen these headlines about trilobite competition. There we go. Please refrain from making any body jokes, B-A-W-D-Y. Body, risque, blue jokes about this, but yeah. This ancient creature used a trident to joust for sex 400 million years ago. So this is a critter called a trilobite. This is the same critter that we saw in that video. In this video right here.
Step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
That's a trilobite.
Step 1, die.
Yep.
Once you are dead.
So trilobites like this were really, really widespread on Earth long before the dinosaurs. There we go. Trilobites. they were little critters like this. They're, as far as I understand it, they're kind of in between insects and crustaceans. They were arthropods. Uh-oh, trying to get away from that Eurypterid, that sea scorpion there. These critters were everywhere during the Paleozoic, but they go extinct before the dinosaurs first evolve. So they're all over the place at, you know, during the Paleozoic, and then they just disappeared after the end Permian extinction event. Let's watch a little video on trilobites just as background here before we get into this new paper that came out. Let's take a look.
They're probably the most recognizable fossils in the world. Flat, segmented bodies bristling with antennae and legs. They're what we think of when we think of life in the ancient
be right back.
sea. But trilobites are famous not just because they were so beautifully functional or because they happened to preserve so well. They're known the world over because they were everywhere. For more than 270 million years, trilobites thrived all over the planet, scouring the ocean floor from Siberia to Morocco and Canada to Australia. In their time, they were the planet's most successful and possibly its most abundant animal until they weren't. The trouble with trilobites is pretty much the same trouble we have with understanding why any animal that was once so abundant can totally disappear. Because trilobites were survivors. The history of these creatures shows that they practically invented survival. In order for them to finally go extinct and leave no direct descendants, nature had to try to kill them like 4 different times.
Oh yeah, they made it through like 3 major mass extinctions, and then I think the 4th one finally got them. Or maybe the 3rd one finally. The end Permian extinction finally got them. They took a big hit at the end of the Carboniferous, I think. And then the Permian was finally the knockout punch.
The history of life, it's very quirky, fortuitous,
it does.
Chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur
extinction. Thank you, Petrodactylus, for the 7 months of support. Really appreciate that. And I'm glad you're excited for trilobites. We've got some exciting new trilobite findings to discuss. So yeah, I don't work on trilobites, but other paleontologists do. So yeah. A Star Trek joke, yeah, the trouble with trilobites, not the brain. I caught that too. And I hardly know nothing about Star Trek. So yeah. And Hez Helps says, since birds are also dinosaurs, is Danny also interested in bird watching? I am, Hez Helps. Today's Thursday Birds Day. We're going to be talking about birds in just a little bit, Hez Helps, so stick around. Yeah.
Direct descendants. Nature had to try to kill them like 4 different times.
Yep.
Let's start about 540 million years ago, just before the dawn of the Cambrian period. Back then, all life on Earth was in the sea, and most of it was squishy, like sponges, worms, and jellies. Yes, there were some mollusks and simple shelled creatures like brachiopods. But by and large, if you were an animal, you didn't have to worry about protecting yourself from predators. Then, about 521 million years ago, the first known trilobites appeared in what is now Siberia. They may have evolved from small, thick-skinned, segmented worms like Sprigina, which, I gotta say, do seem to share a family resemblance, but trilobites took the benefits of physical complexity much further. How much further? Well, they had legs, for one thing, and they developed complex eyes and a sophisticated digestive system. Plus, they were covered from their rounded heads to their many segmented feet in an exoskeleton made of calcite and chitin. The trilobite was a true arthropod, a founding member of the group that includes today's arachnids and crustaceans and every insect. And equipped with all of these awesome new features, it dominated the Cambrian seas. Feasting on a diet of worms and other unprotected invertebrates, it flourished and diversified quickly. Within 40 million years of its first appearance in the fossil record, there were at least 60 different taxonomic families of trilobites, ranging from the googly-eyed Asaphis to the familiar Elrathia, probably the most common trilobite found in the US today. For millions of generations...
I think Elrathia might even be... I think that might be the state fossil of at least one US state. Anyway, yeah.
Probably the most common trilobite found in the US today. For millions of generations, they thrived by laying low on the ocean floor, but the seas of the Cambrian were becoming increasingly hostile. The Cambrian, after all, was when predation first appeared on Earth, with animals hunting other animals, and trilobites left behind lots of fossils with bite marks on them to show.
And Vigilantis is presumably taxonomically similar to the woodlouse? Kind of. So woodlice, also known as like pillbugs or roly-polies, those guys are, they're crustaceans. I used to teach my students this when we were out in the woods and they'd find them, when they'd find some roly-polies. I'll show you. Let's go to our tree of life here. And, woodlouse. They're also called isopods. There we go. Pillbug. Way down here in Animalia, in Arthropoda. And there are our isopods. So they are not insects. They're a kind of crustacean. Pillbug, right there. Yeah. Did any of you here, were you not aware that pillbugs, roly-polies, sowbugs, woodlice, they're not insects. They are crustaceans. They're more closely related to crabs and lobsters than they are to insects. Let's go up now to crustacea. Or crustaceans. Do I have to search crustaceans? I do. Yeah. We're gonna go to Decapoda. We'll see if this works. There we go. There's crabs, lobsters, and shrimps. But over here, Paracarida. So this is the group of crustaceans that pillbugs belong to. You also get different kinds of shrimps in here as well. But if we go up here, Eumalicostraca. Ugh, it's a mouthful. And then these are crustaceans here. Malacostracans. Still in Crustacea here. This is a big, big group. Holy cow. 56,000 species. Where's Crustacea? Pancrustacea. Okay. Well, I guess you could call this branch Crustacea right here, but they kind of failed to put that label there. Anyway, yeah. Pillbugs are crustaceans. Trilobites are like kind of in between crustaceans and insects. So I think they're an earlier diverging group than that. In fact, let's look it up on good old Wikipedia. Yeah. Trilobites, I guess. Trilobita is not the group's name anymore. Trilobita, I spelled it wrong. Yeah, there we go. Trilobites are often placed within the arthropod subphylum Schizoramia, within the superclass Arachnomorpha, equivalent to the Arachnata, although several alternative taxonomies are found in the literature. Most recently, they've been placed within the Ardiopoda, which includes many organisms that are morphologically similar to trilobites but are largely unmineralized. So I think there's still some question about where exactly they belong on the arthropod family tree. And while they look pretty similar to like a pillbug or woodlouse, they're not actually closely related to them. They might be more closely related to spiders, actually. But yeah. Stuff to crustacea. Very funny, Carpomania. But yeah. And this game's become bigger. Very funny has helps. Everybody's a comedian when it comes to trilobites, you know? Sure, let's continue our video.
But by the time the Cambrian came to a close, trilobites, like many other animals, had picked up some new tricks. The cutest of them enrolling. Judging by the segmentation of their bodies, some kinds of trilos, like the genus Flexicalamine, developed the ability to curl themselves up into little balls, like modern bugs or armadillos
This is a
do.
rare
In addition
opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists. Who they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
Octavius,
and their
thank
30
you.
raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Thank you, Octavius, for the raid, and welcome to the channel. How did your stream go, Octavius? I hope it was wonderful. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. For anybody who might be new, an extra special welcome to you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch, trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. We're talking about trilobites right now because there's an exciting new paper that just came out on trilobites. Trilobite tridents demonstrate sexual combat at 400 million years ago. Please try and restrain yourself. Don't make jokes that are too risque. Family-friendly chat. You know? There might be children watching, so, you know, don't get too wild with your jokes. But yeah, trilobites are your favorite. Well, you came just in time, Octavius. And, again, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Tell me about it. How did it go? Yeah. Thank you for bringing everybody here. We're watching a quick video on trilobites as a kind of a refresher, some background before we get into the new paper here. So, yeah.
Hunting other animals, and trilobites left behind lots of fossils with bite marks on them to show it. But by the time the Cambrian came to a close, trilobites, like many other animals, had picked up some new tricks. The cutest of them, enrolling. Judging by the segmentation of their bodies, some kinds of trilos, like the genus Flexicalamine, developed the ability to curl themselves up into little balls, like modern pillbugs or armadillos do. In addition to probably being adorable, it made it harder for newfangled predators to sink their teeth into them. But not all of the threats to our little armored friends came from other animals. Starting around 445 million years ago, Earth's climate dealt a double blow to life in the seas. First, a dramatic cooling changed the ocean currents and choked off the supply of warm water foods like algae. Then, a period of glaciation locked up lots of Earth's water, which dramatically lowered sea levels. This twofold impact, known as the Ordovician Silurian extinction, wiped out about 25% of all taxonomic families, including about half of trilobite families. The families of trilobites that remained were mostly ones that were well adapted to this new world, like down.
And when he says trilobite families, he's not talking about like, oh yeah, mother and father and sister and brother trilobite, they died. No, he's talking about like a family of animals. So like a group of different species within genera that all share a common ancestor. That's a family there. So like at the family level, there were a number of different families that died out.
The families of trilobites that remained were mostly ones that were well adapted to this new world, like Dalmanites, which fared well in cooler seas. Then, of course, trilobites had another problem to deal with. As the environment continued to change, other organisms had to survive too, under constant evolutionary pressure to adapt or die. The new adaptations that had come about during the Cambrian, like pincers, spikes, and claws, were really starting to come in handy. But there was one adaptation that may have been trilobites' kryptonite: Jaws.
Uh-oh. You learned about trilobites from playing Animal Crossing? Hey, you at least know what trilobites are, Juji6. In fact, many people probably don't know what trilobites are. That's why we're watching this video in the first place, you know? Yeah. So yeah. An adapter die is the name of the next game you're making. Oh, very cool, Billy Joe. Sounds dramatic. Yeah. And you have a 1-inch, very round, smooth spheruleal in matrix next to my Ordovician trilobite. Same coloration and smooth texture as the trilobite. Is that a common thing? We would call that an inclusion astronomy show. Yeah. It might be a caliche or a buckyball or something. I don't know. But it happens. Yeah. That probably means that that's an accumulation of the same kind of mineral that also mineralized your trilobite and fossilized it. Does that make sense? Yeah. So like the same mineral process that turned your trilobite from a from organic animal parts into a fossil also created that sphere in there.
But there was one adaptation that may have been Trilobite's kryptonite. Jaws. About 420 million years ago, the first jawed fish appeared, and some experts think that these new predators put even...
And that is not the first jawed fish. This is like a teleost fish right here. This is like a super advanced, like... Yeah, I don't know. Some of the first jawed fishes were things like placodonts. Like good old-fashioned Dunkleosteus. This critter that you'll probably recognize... Probably seen this before in places, right? Dunkleosteus? Some of the earliest jawed fishes were, yeah, there's a skull right there. Kind of like this. So that's suddenly the sort of critter that trilobites would have to contend with. Yeah.
More evolutionary pressure on the trilobites. Sure enough, about 20 million years after the first appearance of jaws, new variations of spiny, spiky trilobites started showing up in the fossil record, like Dicranorus here, prickling with curved spines. But Earth's environment had still more surprises in store, starting around 375 million years ago when... Well, we don't know what happened exactly, but we do know what the results were. Suddenly, big swaths of carbon-rich sediments were laid down, and oxygen levels in the water started to drop. Reef communities began to collapse, and those new fish with jaws managed to get by, as did new life forms on land like plants and insects. But most jawless bottom feeders, including the trilobites, vanished. In the end, this series of unfortunate events, known as the Late Devonian Extinction, wiped out about 20% of the animal families in the sea, including all but 4 families of trilobites. The trilos were on the ropes, and the final blow came with the greatest die-off in Earth's history. 252 million years ago, something changed radically in our planet's atmosphere. Some scientists think it was an asteroid impact, others point out that it was also a time of tremendous volcanic activity.
It basically seems to be what's going on today, except in slow motion. Like the end Permian extinction. You've got these massive volcanic eruptions and all of this methane being spewed up into the air, which caused runaway global warming. Although this happened over tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, probably millions of years. The global warming that we're causing right now, which, if we're not careful, could be just as severe as this, potentially. We're doing it, like, over the course of decades, rather than millennia or millions of years. So yeah, we got to watch out for that, so we don't drive ourselves to extinction, and we don't end up joining the trilobites in that regard, you know?
And on top of that, Earth's land masses were changing, which altered climate patterns yet again. Whatever came knocking for the trilobites, it came quickly. Within probably less than 1 million years, 70% of the species on land were gone, and 95% of those in the sea, including the last surviving species of trilobites. It took the worst catastrophe in the history of life on Earth to wipe out the trilobites, an event known as the Great Dying. Now, it may not sound like it, but the tale of the trilobites is really the first success story for the entire animal kingdom. Sure, they're gone now, but at the time, they were the most advanced animal the world had ever seen, and they went on to become one...
Advanced. I mean, that's a really subjective term. I kind of object to that idea, like, the most advanced. What does that mean?
One of the most diverse groups of extinct organisms on record, with over 15,000 described species.
Hey, sociopathogen, how you doing?
For way longer than many other types of animals. They were around longer than the non-avian dinosaurs and longer than mammals have been, including us. So the question to ask about trilobites might not be why they went extinct, but how they managed to endure for so long. After all, today we are one of the planet's most successful animals, so the trilobites' troubles may someday be our own.
Yeah. Cool video right there. Very, very cool. Here is a link if you'd like to watch the whole thing. There you go. The prehistoric water cockroach. I mean, they're kind of the everything little critter. They were super, super common, much more common than roaches. Roaches are pushovers compared to trilobites. Cockroaches need very specific conditions to survive. They're pretty delicate animals. Like, cockroaches can't survive in temperatures lower than like 40 degrees or something like that, I think. Yeah, despite what you've heard, like, oh, cockroaches are indestructible. Apparently they've got like some resistance to radiation, which I think is where that myth came from. But they're honestly pretty delicate animals. Like, they would not survive in much of North America if it weren't for, like, central heating in homes, you know? You would not have cockroaches in places like, I don't know, Michigan or Montana if it weren't for, you know, the environments that we have built for ourselves as humans that stay warm year-round. So, yeah. Yeah, here I was thinking they could survive anything. Yeah. Nope, cockroaches are actually kind of dainty and delicate when it comes to environmental changes. They need warmth. So yeah. The more you know, exactly. Thank you, Magic, yes. I want to help dispel that myth, you know? So yeah. But, so yeah, trilobites are a lot more hardy than that, I suppose. And they were everywhere in the oceans. Oh, and okay, I actually, Magic, when you said they're like prehistoric water cockroaches, I thought you meant, oh, it's because they're gross and they like to hide or something like that. You meant that you were talking about their resilience. I didn't catch that at first. That's my mistake. But I'm glad we talked about this. And Darkladle says, never encountered a roach until I moved to the south. I know they're just bugs, but I do not like them, to say the least. You know, I saw my first cockroach on a train here in California. I picked it up, and I'm like, what is this? It's a weird-looking beetle. And it took me a minute to realize what it was. Let's see if I can find that. 430 observations. It's in my iNaturalist here. I wonder if I can just keep... Oh, goodness. I don't think I can. It won't show me everything in a complete list, so I might not be able to actually show you. But yeah, I was very surprised. Picked this thing up, didn't know what it was. Turns out it's a roach. And it was small, too. It's like an inch long. I always thought they were bigger than that. It must have been a young one. And I don't know if it's going to pop up. I've got lots of observations here on iNaturalist, and I don't know if we're going to be able to find this one in time. Yeah, nope. Sorry. Wish there was a better way to search. In psychoanalysis, I have a roach colony to feed to my tarantulas. Wow. This must be some well-cared-for tarantulas there, psychoanalysis. Nice. Yeah. But yeah. And are cockroaches disease carriers? I don't know, Travel. I'm not sure. I mean, just about any animal has got the potential to be a disease vector. I don't know if roaches are particularly well known for that. I bet they're probably not, but I'm not sure. Yeah. And there you go. Juji6, yes. And Brennington, no, you're here. We haven't gotten into Megaraptor yet. We're talking about trilobites right now. This is a new paper that just came out, and holy cow, Richard Forty is an author on this? Richard Forty wrote the book on trilobites. And I'm not exaggerating. Where did that book go? Here it is. Trilobite. I ought to reread this, actually. I would highly recommend this book to anybody who's interested in trilobites, in paleontology, in natural history in general. It's written for a general audience. Trilobite, eyewitness to evolution. A friend of mine, Snail Chaser, who is not a paleontologist and isn't even necessarily all that interested in science, I let him borrow this book after I told him like an anecdote from it, and he read it cover to cover, and he's like, "This is one of my favorite books I've ever read." So, a splendid read. Yes. Very, very cool book. About trilobites, about the process of science, and about the scientists who carry out that process. Excellent, excellent book. I'll see if I can find a copy for you on Thrift Books, maybe. Isn't that a cool cover, Petrodactylus? Yeah. Let's see if I can find you a cheapo used copy, perhaps. And it's a great book. It really is. Yeah. Server is taking forever to respond. But, yeah. And, yep, it was a German cockroach. That's exactly what it was, Dorkalotl. It was a German cockroach. And, there we go. There's Thrift Books. Okay. For a second, it said server cannot be reached. Trilobite. Oh, okay. Well, here's a link, so you at least have the author and the title. But it's a little pricey on Thrift Books. I would recommend calling up your local independent bookseller and asking them to order it for you. Support your local independent bookseller. You know? I always try to. But yeah. And Bradenton, that's exactly what we're talking about here. Talking about this new trilobite discovery. And again, let's try and keep the sex jokes to an absolute minimum or zero if we can. This ancient creature used a trident to joust for sex 400 million years ago. A strange example of an ancient invertebrate known as a trilobite may have used a distinctive trident-like structure on its head to joust for the right to mate with females, flipping rivals over on the seabed to put them out of action. Now, if this structure really did evolve for that purpose, then I would expect to see... Well, let's make some predictions. I would expect to see what we call sexual dimorphism here, where one sex would have that structure and the other sex would not. So if it's males competing for females, the males would have that, and the females wouldn't have it. Or maybe they have a very reduced version of that. Let's see if that's what we see here. Yeah. Researchers from Bloomsburg University in Pennsylvania in the US and NHM UK came to the conclusion that the head tool has a sexual rather than life-critical purpose after finding an adult fossil with a misshapen trident. The marine arthropod in question is a species of Wallicerops, a marine arthropod that lived on the ocean floor more than 400 million years ago. Many of its kind grew all manner of spikes and protuberances for protection. But in this genus, the standout feature was a flat, three-pronged fork, trident, jutting out from the front. If it was indeed used to challenge for mates, the strange anatomy could be a new record for the earliest evidence of sexual combat in the animal kingdom. Very interesting. The extraordinary Devonian trilobite Wallicerops carried a unique giant trident on its head, the purpose of which has long been a mystery. This is paleontologist Richard Forty of the Natural History Museum in the UK. We now believe it was used for jousting between males striving for dominance. The evolution of sexually motivated competition in animals is hundreds of millions of years older than we thought. And take a look at that. That's nuts. Crazy. Look at that. What a weird structure. The new hypothesis is based on a stunningly preserved fossil of Wallicerops trifurcatus on show at the Houston Museum of Natural History, a malformed specimen that has 4 prongs to its trident rather than the usual 3. The modified shape caused by the 4th tine would have made the unbalanced trident less effective at serving its purpose. If that purpose was life-critical, and if the animal was born with it, every day would have been a roll of the dice for its survival. That this creature survived to adulthood shows that the trident probably didn't contribute to an essential task, such as sensing sources of food or defending against attack, which have been previously suggested as possibilities. Interesting. And comparing the tridents of Velociraptors with living creatures, the team found the closest modern example of a sex combat tool in rhinoceros beetles. They also use implements on their heads to wrestle and in some cases joust with rivals. Let's take a look at a video there of some rhinoceros beetles so I can show rather than just telling here. There we go. Let's take a look at this right here.
Bet you've never seen a rhino beetle in this classy of a scene. That's darn near romantic, if I could be so bold. Wait, no, I didn't mean it. Stop. Cut to a new scene. Actually though, rhino beetles look so spectacular because of sex. Lots of species of rhino beetles are crawling around out there, with all manner of different head shapes. But it's only the males that have those strange faces, which they use to fight their rivals. Depending on the shape of the weapons, some species will grab their foes, while others will more scoop them. The idea isn't to inflict damage, but to boot their rival off the branch. Females don't have weird faces because they don't need them.
There we go. So this is what I was saying. Like, that's a cool hypothesis about this trilobite, about the trident and the use for that there, but if that's true, if it actually is used for competition between males, then we would expect to see it on males and not expect to see that structure on females. That is the case for rhinoceros beetles. We've got that sort of strong sexual dimorphism. Dimorphism differences between the two sexes, male and female in this case.
Physical contrast between the sexes is known as sexual dimorphism.
Yeah.
What about male sheep? They have to headbutt the bejesus out of each other for the right to mate. Females, they're like, whatever.
Yeah, they don't have the big
rhino beetle fights for the ladies. Really? Again? I'm calling HR.
Anyway, rhinoceros beetles. Get the idea? Yeah. And you've seen them in the wild? That's really cool, LJ. I've never seen a rhinoceros beetle in the wild. Yeah. It is kind of like a peacock's tail. Yeah, Magic. That's a good example of sexual dimorphism. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go right there. There are many examples of sexual selection in nature. From the brightly colored feathers of the peacock to the antlers of the deer. Trident also seems to have been key in the mating process for the Velociraptor trilobites. What's not yet clear is whether these invertebrates were sexually dimorphic. With males and females that differed in appearance. Again, if we don't have that, then this is a little bit more speculative than I was hoping. As yet, no female Velociraptor has been conclusively identified, although they may have had smaller tridents or none at all. I kind of wonder whether there's maybe a different species of trilobite known from the same formation, where it might not be a different species at all. It might just be, you know, a female. Yeah. Interesting. Let's take a look at the actual paper there. And, whoop, hang on. Purchase options. No thanks. Well, never mind. We're not going to look at the actual paper because it's paywalled. But yeah, interesting. Interesting indeed. Yeah. And Vigilantis says, does the level of dimorphism in beetles correspond to the level of competition and polygamy like in primates? It almost certainly does, yeah. They probably got kind of like a harem sort of a structure going on. Because oftentimes, creatures that develop that kind of strong dimorphism, they are very social and they're, yeah, they might have kind of like a harem arrangement that they've evolved. But yeah. Neon Coffee Cat says, we used to have lots of rhinoceros beetles here, but in the last couple of years, I haven't seen them. It's disconcerting. Shoot. Yeah. Could you scroll eBay's trilobite listing and comment on the different species and shapes there? So many? I don't know enough about trilobites to really give you any kind of insight on that astronomy show, so no, I'm not going to do that. And I don't want to... Trilobite fossils are probably okay to buy, because they tend to be pretty common. But when we get into vertebrate animals, especially like tetrapod fossils, land-living vertebrate animals, their fossils tend to be a lot more rare, and you should not buy those, you know. Where does that sort of fossil belong?
That belongs in a museum!
So, yeah. But yeah. I've got some trilobite fossils around here somewhere. They're packed away somewhere here in my office. Fossils that I had from when I was a kid. But, yeah, for the most part, I'm not really interested in owning, you know, like, personally owning fossils. Alright, let's cross trilobites off of our list right there. And what do you say we get into Megaraptor here? And then maybe we'll talk about Titanosaur X too. Oh yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I've heard of T309E. I've heard of Copperlight posting before. People talk about that on Twitter too. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Let's talk about Megaraptor here. I was surprised to find we've actually got television news pieces on this new discovery. Once again, the South Americans doing excellent press stuff with their new dinosaur discoveries. Kudos to them. Let's take a look.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Researchers in South America have made a first-of-its-kind prehistoric discovery. In Chile's Patagonia region, scientists have just unveiled the remains of Megaraptors, which scientists say are large meat-eaters that roamed portions of South America roughly 70 million years ago. Now, also unearthed were the fossils of other dinosaurs researchers believed were covered in feathers. And these, according to these researchers, again, they are closely linked to modern-day birds. Officials at the University of Chile say some of the fossils featured characteristics not found on similar raptors discovered in nearby Argentina and Brazil.
They belong to a quite special and enigmatic type of dinosaur because we still don't know for certain its taxonomic affinities.
So according to these experts, the fossils are the southernmost dinosaur remains found outside of Antarctica. Archaeologists were also able to learn more about the
Paleontologists, not archaeologists. I wish that journalists had to at least take a little bit of science in school, you know, for a journalism degree. It would improve our world so much if journalists actually had to know a thing or two about science, you know?
Outside of Antarctica. Archaeologists were also able to learn more about the region's previous climate. Rock samples showed a shift in temperatures, which crews believe may have been triggered by the meteor that completely wiped out the dinosaurs.
That's amazing.
Except for birds. Not completely. Almost completely.
Fine.
Yeah,
hey, thanks for joining.
Yeah, so there you go. A little video about that. I was surprised that it actually got some some video news coverage. And here are some press articles about this. Oh, first of all, before we really talk about this, Megaraptorids are this kind of mysterious group of theropod dinosaurs from the Cretaceous. Megaraptoridae. We had a new Megaraptoran that was just named this past year. What was this critter called again? Was it Maip? What's up the other one? Meraxes was the big Carcharodontosaur. Yeah. Yep, Maip macrothorax. So Megaraptorans are these big predatory dinosaurs. They tend to have very big, beefy forelimbs, great big manual unguals, great big claws on their hands like that. And since it does seem pretty basic, I mean, that's because we don't necessarily know what the rest of the animal would have looked like. I think maybe the best known Megaraptoran might be Australovenator. From down in Straya. There you go. That's a lovely Australovenator. I like that a lot. Look at those claws. There's a good chance that the forelimbs of this animal were instrumental in taking down its prey. And that almost looks 3D printed there. That's beautiful. I like a lot. Australovenator, meaning southern hunter. But again, we don't have very much of this animal. We've got a lower jaw, we've got forelimbs, we've got some hind limbs, but shoot, we don't have the top of its skull. We don't really know what this animal would have looked like necessarily, you know? So that's maybe part of the reason why it looks so basic there, I guess. Erostion is probably the best preserved of the Megaraptorans, most material that we have from it. But even a lot of that is not really diagnostic. We've got, what, a sarangular in the lower jaw and a few pieces of the back of the skull. And then most of the other stuff is not terribly diagnostic. Yeah. So yeah, what did it use its arms for? Says T309E. I would guess these critters were probably seizing prey with those arms. I would not be totally shocked if critters like this were using those arms to grab smaller dinosaurs. Maybe they are specialist predators of little beaky running plant-eating dinosaurs, what we used to call hypsilophodontians. Like Lialinosaura. Like these little critters. There's a really fluffy one. Oh, I like the fluffiness. There's another fluffy one there. Yeah, maybe they're catching little ornithischians like this, or Hypsilophodon. You know, critters like this, perhaps. Little beaky plant eaters. Oh, a feathery Hypsilophodon. I love that. Really nice. Yeah. These guys very well may have had feathers because we've got Kulindodromius from Russia. This critter had feathers. There's a decent chance that its relatives also had feathers. Deep Diarrhea, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Kulindodromius there. What a cute critter. So yeah. Yeah, and there you go, Snowfall. Yeah. And Scout, Diprotodon is came a lot longer after the Megaraptorans. So anyway, Megaraptorans, cool animals. Erostion. There's a big floofy Megaraptoran reconstruction. These guys probably had feathers too. Although it's kind of hard to say. We don't have anything close to a complete skeleton yet, let alone any preserved skin or feathers. So yeah. But yeah. And Danny, can you see my chat? I can, Miss Yvette. I don't always see all the chat messages. There's a lot going on. Yeah. And Breddington says, weren't they ambush predators not designed for pursuit predation? I mean, shoot, these guys, it's hard to imagine them like running down a Hypsilophodontian. Little ornithischian dinosaur like that. They probably would have been, especially if they're as stocky as you see right here. They probably would have been like burst predators, ambush predators, yeah. Yeah, and maybe those arms are really useful for that. Just run up to a little Hypsilophodon, or as it's walking by you, just jump out, bam!
dinosaur man.
Thank you, Leon's Gambit.
Australopithecus is my new favorite dino.
Ah.
I'm excited to share it with my class tomorrow. Open mouth smile.
Very cool, Leon's Gambit. Australopithecus is such a neat animal. Yeah, let me see. Let me make sure we've got some good resources for you on Australopithecus. Help if I'd spell it right, huh? The Western Australia Museum. You're gonna have some good info on it right there. Yeah. Known from one of Australia's best dinosaur sites. Are you Australian yourself, Leon's Gambit? Is there some local pride here for you? And there's the Wikipedia article. I bet you we can even get you the original paper. You can share that with your class, maybe. Let's see, 2009. This might be it here. And, yes, indeed. Here's the original scientific paper that made Australopithecus a thing. This is where it was first published. And I'll give you the link so you can download the PDF yourself. Here it is right here in chat. There you go. Yeah. And I think we've got a nice illustration in here. There's Diamantinosaurus, and there's Australopithecus. Very cool. This specimen, I think, was nicknamed Banjo. Banjo, yeah. Or no, maybe it doesn't mention that in here. Anyway, that specimen, the Australopithecus specimen, was nicknamed Banjo after Banjo Patterson, apparently. But yeah. Let's get rid of the rest of these tabs, and let's get back to our new Megaraptoran dinosaur. Yeah. And you live not far from Winton. Oh, very cool, Neon Coffee Cat. Very, very cool. Yeah. Dueling banjos, there you go, Billy Joe, sure. But yeah. Could they have fished, says Golganek. They probably could have. I don't know how good they would be at that. But, yeah. Anyway. And do I have a YouTube I can show to the kids? I may show them part of this VOD? Yeah, you bet, Leon's Gambit. Here. There you go, right there. Yeah. There's the YouTube, and I've been putting up all of the VODs since New Year's on here. And today's should be up there tonight, hopefully. Sometimes they get delayed if there's copyrighted stuff in there. Then, but yeah, I've been doing my utmost to put all the VODs up on the old YouTube, you know? So yeah, so check it out. And thank you, Billy Joe. Yeah. Shoot, I guess the more subscribers we have, the more people we can reach. This is all about science outreach, so yeah, I appreciate any subscriptions that I can get on YouTube. You know, if it can help bring new people here. Anyway, back to our new Megaraptoran from Chile here. January 16th from Reuters. Scientists in Chile's Patagonia region are unearthing the southernmost dinosaur fossils recorded outside of Argentina.
Really spectacular. No expense.
I misspoke. Outside of Antarctica. Thank you, Victorious, for gifting Artov. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Victorious. And look, we're at 4 out of 35 for our sub goal now. That's a start. Yeah. Yeah, the southernmost dinosaur fossils recorded outside of Antarctica, including remains of Megaraptors, and I do kind of object to Megaraptorids, just calling them Megaraptors. Just sounds a little bit... I don't know. Something about that rankles me. Anyway, Megaraptorids that would have dominated the area's food chain. That's also poorly written. Before their mass extinction. Well, one creature doesn't go mass extinct, it just goes extinct. Anyway. Fossils of Megaraptors, a carnivorous dinosaur that inhabited parts of South America during the Cretaceous period should be capitalized there. It's a proper noun, Cretaceous period. Some 70 million years ago, were found in sizes up to 10 meters long, according to the Journal of South American Earth Sciences. We were missing a piece, Marcelo Lepe, director of the Chilean Antarctic Institute, told Reuters. We knew where there were large Wait, what? We knew where there were large mammals. There would also be large carnivores, but we hadn't found them yet. Is this a mistranslation or just misreporting? Because large mammals don't exist in the Mesozoic era. Famously, large mammals don't show up until after the asteroid impact. Probably meant large herbivores, is my guess. What? Yeah. The remains recovered from Chile's far south Rio de las Chinas Valley in the Magallanes Basin between 2016 and 2020 include some unusual remains of Unenlagia that should be capitalized and italicized. So should Velociraptor. Likely covered in feathers. The specimens, according to the University of Chile researchers Jared Amodeo, had some characteristics not present in Argentine or Brazilian counterparts. And this is like super friable sediment here. What the heck? Wow. I guess that's why the bones are so kind of chunked up. And I've never done field work in such cold conditions before, or I would have to have a jacket and stuff like that. Usually we've got precisely the opposite problem where I dig. It's way too hot. And I guess like Antarctic researchers, they've got like brightly colored jackets like that too. Very cool. Yeah. Huh. So it could be a new species, which is very likely, or belong to another family of dinosaurs that are not closely related, he said. Adding more conclusive evidence is needed. Studies also shed more light on the conditions of the meteorite impact on Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula that may have triggered the dinosaurs' extinction. It's 66 million years ago. It's a good thing that sum there is doing a lot of heavy lifting. It's 66 million years ago the asteroid struck. So the institution's Lepe pointed to a sharp drop in temperature over present-day Patagonia and waves of intense cold lasting up to several thousand years, in contrast to the extremely warm climate that prevailed for much of the Cretaceous period. The enormous variation we are seeing, the biological diversity, was also responding to very powerful environmental stimuli, like I said. The world was already in crisis before the meteorite, and this is evidenced by the rocks of the Rio de las Chinas Valley, he said. I wonder about that. I really do. Anyway, it would be nice to take a look at the publication. I'm not sure if we actually have a publication about this yet. It might just be press stuff so far. Let me check. Let's see. We've got a different paper here. on Megaraptorans. This was published a few days ago. This is different, right? Anyway, yeah. Looking at the forelimbs of these critters, and shoot, it is paywalled. So we're not going to have a chance to look at that yet. It's too new for me to be able to use my usual connections to be able to get at it. But yeah, anywho.
It's the dinosaur man!
Okay. Sheridanicus, thank you so much for the 3 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Sheridanicus. Thank you very, very much. That's excellent. Yeah. But, yeah. Thank you for keeping me on the air for the past 3 months, Sheridanicus. It means a lot. It does. Is the Triceratops done? Not yet, Pimpcat. I'm going to be assembling the rest of it off stream because it's going to require some really precise, patient assembly. But yeah, you'll see it soon enough. The skull, at least. You saw this already, right? Skull is completed. That's really the most charismatic part. So there's that. But I hope to finish the rest of it by early next week. And then have it up here on top of the bookcase to keep our Tyrannosaurus company there. Yeah. So yeah. Save the last piece for a stream. Gargo, well, I'll put it up there live on stream. We'll have we'll make a special event out of it. But yeah, it looks amazing. Thank you, Pipcat. I'm very excited about this. Yeah. Let's go right there. Pretty cool, right? I've got to get the whole thing assembled and then smoothed and painted, and yeah, it's going to take a lot more work, but should have it done pretty soon, I think, within the next week or so. Yeah. And I'm sorry the stream's lagging, Brennington. Shoot. But yeah. Hey, Dr. Tara, how are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. And yeah, very fine details indeed, Golganak. For a baby Triceratops. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So Megaraptorans. Wow, there we go. And we've got a couple of other different points here to discuss. This is not news per se, but here's a blog post from the venerable Louis V. Ray. Many of you know the work of Louis V. Ray. He's done a lot of really, really cool work on dinosaurs. Carnotaurus, Giganotosaurus right there. There's our Beipiaosaurus. I know we've looked at this illustration a few times before. But his dinosaurs tend to be pretty brightly colored. Pretty dynamic. He often uses kind of a fisheye lens, kind of a dealie going on. So it's like the dinosaurs are practically leaping off the page. There's this Acrocanthosaurus right there. Yeah. There's his very turkey-like Deinonychus. I like this a lot. Yeah. And he's got a blog post here. The quest for a different-looking Tyrannosaurus face. And this is pretty thought-provoking, I think. We'll talk about it a little bit. Everybody loves T-Rex. So let's talk about this a little bit. It just came out a few days ago. An interesting take on T-Rex here. Very birdy. This is actually supposed to be patterned after Stan, the Tyrannosaurus. So he says, I think we've seen them all, from the ubiquitous bare-teeth grin to the sedated, solemn face of the T-Rex from prehistoric planet. In my quest for a new look for Tyrannosaurus, I would like to start 2023 with a portrait of Stan that would defy convention and make him more avian than ever. And that's pretty birdy there. Yeah, for sure. I've tried it before, but not to this extent. Instead of having an extensively scaly snout, it now has a full horny coverage, like keratin on the face, that is more like a beak. And these are the results. Might be successful or not, but I have to try once again. So there you go. Very, like, informal writing style here. But check that out. For a T-Rex, big ol' eye right there. Holy cow. Almost a chicken-like, you know, kind of skin along there. And then along the maxilla, and then up there into the nasals and the lacrimals up here, keratin. Almost like a beak covering the front of the animal. The thing is, as much as we know about T-Rex and its relatives, as much as we've learned over the years about tyrannosaurs, we still don't necessarily know what kind of covering they had over their face. Many of you have, I don't know, especially if you're like kind of familiar with discussion of paleontology among like aspiring paleo artists and dinosaur fans and stuff on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube. You've probably heard people argue long into the night about whether or not Tyrannosaurus had lips. The thing is, we don't know. We don't have hard evidence in either direction right now. And so people get really heated about this, but like there are far more interesting debates, honestly. We just don't have the hard data right now to say whether or not they did. So this is an interesting take. Kind of a beaky look for this animal. Interesting stuff. I like the feather covering, too. We don't know for sure whether or not Tyrannosaurus had feathers at this point, because nobody's found anything even approaching like the hadrosaur mummies that we have for, like, say, Edmontosaurus, that show that those animals had scaly skin. We've got a couple of really splotchy patches of Tyrannosaurus skin, but extrapolating from that and saying the animals didn't have feathers, I think is very premature. So yeah. And you enjoy these iterations? Yeah, Leon's Gamut, pretty cool, right? Yeah. Hopefully sunscreen and a hat if they're gonna be hanging out in the sun. There you go, Scout, yeah. And we have T-Rex skin. We've got little patches of it, Pimpcat. Not very much. We do have little bits. Tyrannosaurus. Good old Wikipedia. Skin. There you go. Skin and possible filamentous feathering. Let's see. 2017 study reviewed known skin impressions of tyrannosaurids, which include those of a Tyrannosaurus specimen nicknamed Y-Rex from Wyoming, I believe, which preserves patches of mosaic scales on the tail, hip, and neck. The study concluded that feather covering of large tyrannosaurids, such as Tyrannosaurus if present, was limited to the upper side of the trunk. Interesting. Yeah. But yeah. Then there were a couple of studies, I don't know, some people have said, oh, Tyrannosaurs would have had lips because of their tooth enamel. And then Thomas Carr says, oh, well, Tyrannosaurus probably had kind of a scaly covering over its upper jaw like that of a crocodile and would not have had lips, would have had a more crocodile-like mouth. But we don't really have hard evidence yet. So yeah, you know, jury's still out. Jury's still out about that. Yeah. Gimplik says, I saw the skin on a chicken leg once, and I'm convinced chickens have no feathers. I get your point, Gimplik. Yeah. Orchestran says, what do we do before Wikipedia and the internet as a whole? It was much more difficult to learn about subjects like this. And much slower. You would have to go to the library. You would have to check out books. You would have to, in this case, if we're looking at, you know, what's been published in the scientific literature, you would actually have to go through hard copies of scientific journals. And, you know, things just moved at a slower pace back then. Really glad we're not like that anymore, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And Lenina, you did not miss the bird pics. No. We haven't done those yet. So yeah. Yeah. And Semi14 says, what is your favorite theory on what they used their arms for? And how do you think they slept? Maybe needing to get up? Yeah, so I don't think Tyrannosaur arms would have been much use for anything anymore. I think they're probably functionally useless. I think they're pretty close to vestigial. Yeah. There is an idea, and I know I've shown this multiple times before, but I'm going to show it again. Get that. Or maybe, is it online? Let's see if I can find it online real quick, but I doubt it's going to be there. These. Oh, no, there it is. Shoot. I don't have to get it out of the book. Beautiful. So these dinosaurs never existed. This is a speculative interpretation of where tyrannosaurs and ceratopsians and hadrosaurs may have ended up if the asteroid had missed the Earth. There's no reason to think they would have gone extinct around that time. No reason at all to think that. So, yeah, maybe you would have had lambeosaurs evolving into something that looks like this. Got some weirdo ceratopsians over here. And a tyrannosaur who, look, is missing her arms entirely. Just little nubbins right there. So if these animals had been allowed to continue to evolve for millions of years after the end of the Cretaceous, might have ended up with something like this. Just those arms gone. Yeah, just little nubbins, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I think they were probably on their way here, and they just never got there, because, you know, extinction. Extinction can really, you know, put a crimp in your plans. Just ask the trilobites. But yeah. Yeah. And, but yeah. And maybe needing to get up. That's another idea, Semi14. I'll show you that. This book right here. My old copy of an old book, but brilliant book. I don't think there will ever be another dinosaur book like this ever published that's as comprehensive as this. I don't think we will ever see the likes of this again. This is David Norman's Dinosaurs, the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Dinosaurs. This had basically most of what we knew about dinosaurs back in the late 70s, earliest 80s. Today there's just too much. It wouldn't fit in a book. This has, like, almost every dinosaur paper ever published cited in this, I think. Here's an idea here about tyrannosaurs and how they may have gotten up after resting. We do think that they probably rested like this, just like a chicken does, you know? You know, with its torso down on the ground, its legs kind of folded up behind it. But here is an idea that they would have used their little forelimbs to help them stand up after resting. I really kind of doubt this. For one thing, the hands don't seem to, like, articulate in such a way where they could pronate their wrists and push off the ground like that. Like, Tyrannosaurus palms actually faced one another like this. They're not walking around like this, you know? They're not Mr. Burns, you know, walking around like that, you know. Arms are held like this. So, I don't know about this. I don't know if they actually needed their forelimbs at all for that kind of thing. I bet you they could get up with just their legs, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And where was their center of gravity? It's right at the hips, Miss Yvette. Yeah, right at the hips. So, like, if you look at our juvenile Tyrannosaurus back here, center of gravity is right there, where the back legs attach to the hips. Does that make sense? Yeah. And bendy legs, knees bent like ours. Yeah, all animals' knees bend the same way. Semi-14, as far as I know. There's like a lot of people seem to be under the impression that chickens' legs bend the other way or something like that, or horses' legs bend the other way. It's completely wrong. Let me show you what I mean. Let's see. Some chickens sitting down. Let's look at a chicken skeleton. That'll work. Yeah. And let me annotate this so I can outline it for you. Alright, so right here we've got the femur. This is the thigh bone. And there is the knee right there. So there's the knee. Here is the shin. This is the ankle. And then all of this here is the foot. So these are the metatarsals up here. Metatarsals, and then the digits, the phalanges, and those are the unguals, the claws down there. So again, thigh bone is right here. I'll draw a person running, so you can see what I mean. Hips, knee, and then, yeah. Does that make sense? Our knees work the same way. This is homology. You know, we've got the same structures because you go back far enough, we come from the same ancestor. So yeah, it makes sense? Good. I'm glad, Magic. I'm glad. Yeah. And yeah, Pimp Cat, that is the song. Yeah, Goldfinger. Good stuff. Yeah. And Brennington, this is not indicative of my actual skill or ability in art. For whatever reason, when I'm doing annotations like this, it always looks like garbage, but all the emotes there in chat and the sub badges, I made those myself. So yeah. But yeah. And Kirsten says, where was that? What did Kirsten say? Where did that go? Seems like that would put a lot of strain on the ankle, Kirsten. I mean, well, it absolutely does. This is the ankle right here. Right here in birds and in theropod dinosaurs, that's the ankle. And that is tremendously strong. It's like pretty much just as strong as the knee. So yeah. Here, give me just a second. Sorry about that. We're getting up to no good outside. But yeah. Let's see. It's not really under the center of gravity. I think that's why it feels odd to me. Like it's constantly having to lever upward. Well, for a chicken, this one is posed in kind of a weird way. If we look at a chicken that's posed another way, the ankle is underneath the center of mass. There we go. That's probably a much more naturalistic pose right there. Yeah. Where right here, you've got the hip joint, the knee, and the ankle. So yeah. Basically, the center of mass is like, it would basically be going down through here. That would be a line for the center of gravity right there. Does that make more sense? So it kind of goes through the middle of It would basically go through the middle of this zigzag right there. If this is the zigzag right here, then that's cutting right down through the middle of that. It's almost like a scissor lift. Like that, you know? Does that make more sense? Yeah. I hope so. Yeah. That's a chicken skeleton. Pretty cool. There's another diagram right there where it's like, yeah, maybe a younger chicken there with a bigger skull. That definitely makes more sense. Thanks. Yeah, yeah. Chickens being so lightweight, they don't have to worry all that much about balance and that kind of thing, but it does, you know, it doesn't hurt to be well balanced. For a big dinosaur like Tyrannosaurus, it would, it helps a lot to be balanced. So yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, I think let's go ahead and get into some Thursday Birds Day in just a second here. But again, give me just a second. Be right back. All right. I don't yet have a proper video sting for Thursday Birds Day, but I will introduce you to my bird for Thursday Birds Day. This is a new feature here on Paleontologizing. Every Thursday, it's going to be Thursday Birds Day. Birds themselves are living dinosaurs, so of course we're staying very much on topic with Thursday Birds Day. And the point of Thursday Birds Day is for us to take a look at some birds. And I don't just mean on the internet, I mean while you're out and about during the week, because hopefully you have a chance to go outside, get some fresh air, enjoy whatever remnants of nature might still be around you in our urbanized modern world. See if you can snap a picture of a bird in your local area. I got a picture of a bird today. Yesterday, actually. And it looks like this. Let's talk about this bird. I do have a little video sting for this bird in particular. Let me play it for you. Again, this is related to our bird from last week. But, yeah. Well, hang on a minute. Let's see. There we go. Does anybody happen to know what kind of bird this is? Very similar to our bird from last week. Duck type, says Miss Yvette. Yes, but what type of duck? It's not a loon, golden goganek. It is a dinosaur, Smorphosaurus. Yes, indeed. There's a close-up right here of our suspect bird. The music is relevant to the bird's identity. In fact, yes, I made this video sting last week because we had a very similar bird. This bird is indeed a golden eye. This is a common goldeneye. Last week, I saw a bufflehead goldeneye. But this is a common goldeneye right here. Let's talk about him. Let's look him up on the old Tree of Life. Common goldeneye. There we go. There we go. Common goldeneye. Bucephala clangula. I don't feel bad about doing 2 goldeneyes in a row, 2 consecutive weeks, because these birds are not going to be around here for very much longer. These are winter migrants here in the San Francisco Bay Area. So we get them here during the winter time, and then they fly north when it gets warmer. But they come down south here from their breeding territories are up north, and then they overwinter here where it's relatively warm during the winter time. So yeah. Where's the pic of the body, Miss Yvette? Well, here, let's take a look at a video of some common goldeneyes. And I guess we have a short film.
Is only a few degrees above freezing, yet it is the perfect environment for a certain species.
Ooh. The common goldeneye.
Common goldeneye, a duck that embodies the spirit of winter.
Ah, so it does.
Come from?
From an egg.
Summer of the northern hemisphere, the common goldeneye is more secretive and spends its time in its breeding grounds in the boreal and taiga forests of the north. There, it nests in tree holes or human-made nest boxes. As the days become shorter and the summer turns to fall, the goldeneyes begin their migration to escape the harsh northern winter. In
What is this
southern
narration?
regions, they take advantage of flowing bodies of water to eat and gain energy for the upcoming summer.
So that's a bufflehead right there, I think.
Unlike mallards and American black ducks, which dabble at the surface of the water for food, goldeneyes dive to a depth of about 2 meters.
2 meters, wow.
Under the surface, they are looking for invertebrates. Their favorite foods are crustaceans, fish, frogs, insects, polychaetes annelid worms, and
polychaete worms, polykitties.
In that brief moment,
hang on a minute,
we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Gibbenreich, thank you so much for the 16 months of support.
I love ducks. Perfect time to share my resub. D.
Perfect time indeed, Gibbenreich. Thank you for subscribing for the past 16 months. It's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you, Gibbenreich. Thank you. Pretty excellent. And look at this beautiful bird.
Aquatic vegetation.
They are pretty cool critters. They really are. Lovely footage there. Very cool critters. Common goldeneyes. Anyway, so that was my bird that I'm sharing today for Thursday Birds Day. But some people here in chat have shared birds in the Discord on the Thursday Birds Day channel. Let's see what all of you have brought. Open in browser. Should be in here. And Thursday, Birds Day. Excellent. Very, very nice. Let's see. These are from the 12th. It's from a week ago. There we go. Yeah. Very cool. Afro-Benacryl. That's a raven right there trying to take on this cat. Holy cow. That raven would win. Cat, you better get out of there. Shoot. Look at that. Yowza. Look at the beak on that raven. And that cat looks scared. It should be. Holy cow. Ravens are really, really cool birds. Some of my favorite birds. I say that about almost every bird, though. Layer Trop. Really cool parrot right here. Parakeet? My psittaciform birds I don't know very much about. There's some kind of really cool dove right there sitting on a power line, looks like. And Claire Burst's last year's warblers. Look at them. Wow, very, very cool, Claire. And Dr. Electro has got, what is this? That's not a scrub jay. Is this a, what is that? It's so blue. Very, very cool. Yeah. I'm not sure what that is. But it's in Thailand. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely not a scrub jay if it's in Thailand. Beautiful, though. And clearly this is a photo that the Dr. Electro took himself. Very nice. That's what we want to see. Photos you've taken yourself. My photo wasn't very good. You saw how blurry that was, you know? Yeah, where was that? That's, you know, some people would mistake this for the Loch Ness Monster. It's so blurry. So yeah, the idea is you take a picture of a bird yourself, you know? This is a bird that you've seen in your local environment. The idea is let's get out and let's try and pay more attention to birds where we're at. No matter where you are in the world, there are gonna be birds near you. See if you can snap a photo of them. Share it for Thursday Birds Day, you know? Yeah. And that was a rainbow lorikeet. Oh, very cool layer too. Yeah. There you go, Pimcat. Yeah. Very cool pigeon from Layer Trop there. Very cool. Oh, doves are such cool birds. They really are. Underappreciated in many ways. I'm really excited to read this book, actually. I'm sure I'll do pigeon as my Thursday Birds Day bird one of these days after I read this book. Yeah. Praise for Pigeons. I've heard very good things about this book. Really looking forward to reading it. Yeah. A reviewer here says, I've been as guilty as anybody of looking down on the lowly rock dove pigeon. But Andrew Bleckman's Pigeons woke me up. Informative and well-written. If anybody can read this book and still harbor contempt for pigeons, I have to wonder if there is hope for human beings. That's from Mark Bittner, author of The Wild Parrots of Telegraph Hill. Anyway, I've heard very good things about this book, and I am very much looking forward to reading it. After I've told myself I've got to finish a few other books before I go and start a new one. But yeah. Yeah. Trappy Jenkins says, my favorite bird is Giraffe Titan. That's not a bird, that's a sauropod, Trappy Jenkins. But yeah. Yeah. But anywho. Yeah. Need to go out and walk more? I need exercise? Everybody does, Morphosaurus. Yeah. Shoot, I've not gotten enough exercise lately. It's been so rainy here. But, yeah. Yeah. Try to photograph some of those wild parrots of Telegraph Hill. Do you know what those are, Captain Lummy? Those are, cherry-headed conures. You usually hear them before you see them in San Francisco. They're very raucous birds. But I've tried to photograph them before. They're usually too far away. But there's a feral population of them living in San Francisco. So yeah. And Great Mango says it's funny that someone mentioned I Paint Burbs in here today. They mentioned you in her stream as well. Oh, very cool, Great Mango. Yeah. I Paint Burbs, wonderful channel. Professional artist, bird expert. You should check out her channel, I Paint Burbs, if you don't know about her yet. Let's see. Find a video about, let's see. San Francisco parrots. There we go. Very cool. I've never heard them be so quiet before. You must have a really excellent zoom lens, too, to be able to get such good footage. Are those juniper berries they're going after? Very nice. Yeah. Very cool. Could paint ancient birds together. I like that idea, Darkalotl. I really do. Yeah. And Luxie Grave, yeah, we talked about that article. That was from... I think that was from early last year, right, Luxie Grave? Talking about, what was it? Saurischian versus Ornithischian dinosaurs. And, looking at interior bone structure. It's like some sort of... something to do with, like, oxygen levels. Oxygen isotopes in the bones. But yeah. Oh, June of 22. Was it that recently? Shoot. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Came across on a geology page. Very cool, Lexi Grave. It's a cool study. It really is. Yeah, we talked about that. Also, they were saying that plesiosaurs might have been warm-blooded endothermic as well, which is really cool. Yeah. Anyway, and you've got a bunch of different parrots in San Diego there. Really cool, Miss Yvette. Really cool. Yeah. Anyway, back to the Discord here. Let's see what other viewers have posted. A Tui from Layer Chop. Very cool. Looks like this is in a zoo, perhaps. Still counts, I guess. And Lenina. This is excellent. You know, blurry photos are a thing of beauty on Thursday Birds Day because it shows that, you know, you're taking pictures of birds while you're out and about, and I can't not take blurry photos with my phone because the camera lenses are all scratched up. So all the photos turn out blurry for me. I need to see if I can fix that or maybe start thinking about pondering the idea of considering a new phone at some point down the road. But yeah, anywho, this is what I love to see. Birds in your neighborhood. Lovely. Yeah. And Ender Ironman, hello to you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Wrong button. I promise I'm not new to Twitch. Even if I push the wrong button on occasion. Under Iron Man, welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. I just discovered your stream. I was wondering if dinosaurs were living alone or in a group. And thank you for the follow there. Brilliant. I appreciate you. Welcome to the community. Iron Man wants to know if dinosaurs were solitary or did they live in groups. We've got lots and lots and lots of examples of gregarious behavior in dinosaurs. We think that most dinosaurs were probably pretty social animals, a lot like many modern birds, if not most modern birds. Since birds evolved from dinosaurs, that makes a lot of sense, too. But we've got lots of examples of fossil trackways, showing dinosaurs kind of moving together as a group. kind of moving in the same direction, and sometimes one of the trackways kind of goes left a little bit, and then all the other ones kind of go left a little bit too. It's like walking in among a big crowd of people, and then somebody moves a little bit to the left, and everybody else has to move that way too. You know, the ebb and flow of a crowd. We often find dinosaurs preserved together in, like, mass accumulations.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered. Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Coelophysis bone bed. Thank you, Ojoel Paulo, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here is an accumulation of Coelophysis fossils. Coelophysis is an early little meat-eating dinosaur like that. Very well known because we have so many skeletons. You might have even seen this particular skeleton before. This is a really, really famous specimen from a place called Ghost Ranch in New Mexico. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of Coelophysis all preserved in the same spot there. Here you've just got a tangled mass of Coelophysis all in the same spot. They all died together there. Maybe in a dried up riverbed during a drought or something like that. So yeah. We've got so much evidence of dinosaurs living in groups together. We've got evidence of these dinosaurs, Centrosaurus. It seems that we've got a lot of, like, accumulated remains of Centrosaurus all together in the same spot, just tangled masses of bones, and it's probably them, like, trying to cross a river, maybe during a flood stage or something like that, and then some of them drowning, getting trampled, like you have today in modern wildebeest or other ungulates that migrate across Africa. You know, they have to cross a river, and they're contending with crocodiles, and they're, you know, trying to make it up the bank on the other side, and some of them don't make it, you know? That seems to have been the case with these Centrosaurus as well. So we've got lots of examples of group behavior in dinosaurs. Solitary dinosaurs are probably the exception rather than the rule. We think most dinosaurs were probably very social animals. Yeah. Far cry from what we used to think about dinosaurs, you know? So yeah. Mayor Space says the camera lens comes in with the back plate of the phone. Interesting, Mayor Space. I know that used to be the case, where you used to be able to replace parts in a phone, but a lot of phone companies, manufacturers, don't want you doing that anymore. They just want you to throw it out. Which kind of makes me gag. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And, Gigiao Paulo says, I'm from Brazil. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And you love paleontology, that's excellent. You are in the right place, my friend. Thank you for being here. Let me know if you have any questions, okay? And don't apologize for your English. Your English is fine. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. And Iron Man, yeah, there you go. I'm glad glad you appreciate that, yeah. As far as we know, dinosaurs would have been pretty social animals. Here's another lovely illustration of these dinosaurs. Centrosaurus crossing a river there. Oh shoot, I didn't even talk about Maiasaura. We've got direct evidence that these dinosaurs actually had massive nesting colonies. Where they would have, oh, that's a prosauropod, never mind. Here's Maiasaura. Just like in modern birds, these dinosaurs would have had, like, massive rookeries like that. There we go. Here's my old boss, Jack Horner, talking about this.
It's possible that they could stand and walk a little bit, probably very wobbly. But very suggestive that they could not leave the nest.
The babies
and get their own food.
Were nest bound.
And so all of this information together leads to the conclusion that the mother dinosaur, or a parent dinosaur, brought food to the young.
And all this evidence of caretaking and nesting led Horner to name these dinosaurs Maiasaurs. Good mother lizards.
Yeah. There's a neat little animated depiction of a Maiasaur nesting ground. Like most dinosaurs, or at least a whole lot of dinosaurs, they would have been pretty social animals. Yeah. Jelika, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
This social behavior of dinosaurs,
social behavior,
young, nesting
there you go.
in close proximity to each other, suggests the behavior of other social animals such as birds.
Thursday Birds Day.
Horner, who has noticed some striking behavioral similarities between the two, has come to Bowdoin National Wildlife Refuge in Montana with refuge manager Gene Sipe to learn more. Both birds and dinosaurs made nests to protect and incubate the delicate eggs. Further study of the nesting habits of these animals has led to some interesting insights.
Anyway, this is really cool, and
has evidence which shows that the
I love seeing this, where you've got
lived and
these dinosaurs.
A dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaur scientist, and a refuge manager. He's probably a biologist himself. Just talking science, you know, talking shop here on a bird rookery.
Push their eggs down into
It's so cool.
And
yeah.
We can tell that there was at least a bowl-shaped depression that they were in, but we can't tell whether there was a mound.
Anyway, really, really neat stuff. And Mermaid Serenade says, I wonder where those props are now. You mean, these ones here? I can tell you where these are. I can show you, actually. Because I have been there and taken some photographs with them before. Cross your fingers so it doesn't crash the stream when I open up the portable hard drive. But, yeah, here we go. Summer 2011. Right now, those are up in Rudyard, Montana. They used to be at Museum of the Rockies. In Bozeman, Montana, but they are today up in Rudyard, Montana at the Rudyard Depot Museum. Here is me, circa 2011, with a mother Maiasaur right there. And then here's me with a baby Maiasaur right here. So yeah. When Museum of the Rockies got new exhibits, all the old Maiasaurus stuff, they weren't just going to throw it out. They donated it to the Rudyard Depot Museum in Rudyard, Montana. And you can see it there to this very day. So yeah. And Creighton says, cool watch. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's the same watch as right here. I've had this watch for a long time. Yeah. Anyway. Just like modern birds today, dinosaurs like Maiasaura laid their eggs in nests, cared for their young, they had big nesting colonies. Just one of many, many similarities between birds and dinosaurs. And there's another crow right there. Very cool. Yeah, nice, Lenina. Very nice. And a great black-backed gull. Interesting. Gulls are hard to identify. I'm impressed, Green Herring, that you got that. The largest gull in the world. With some background ring-billed gull drama. Green Herring, that's beautiful. I like that a lot. Gulls are notoriously difficult to identify, so I'm impressed. A black-backed gull. Very cool. What's it eating there? What's it standing over? Is that a dead fish or something? Huh. Yeah. And Great Mango, what do I think of Stygimoloch? Yeah, Stygimoloch and Dracorex, I think, are both juvenile Pachycephalosaurus. Absolutely Great Mango, yeah. There's a slight chance that there's something slightly more complicated going on with, There. Go. Quick rabbit hole, everybody. Yeah. For the uninitiated... There we go. 3 dinosaurs here. We used to think these were 3 different species, 3 different genera. Dracorex, Stygimoloch, Pachycephalosaurus. They lived in the same place and just about the same time, too. There's a little bit of... I don't know. There's like a couple million years difference going on here, but it really seems to be ontogenetic change. These are not 3 different dinosaurs. This is a juvenile, this is a subadult, this is an adult. Although it might be a little bit more complicated than that, in the sense that we only really find Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis with the great big dome like that at the bottom of the Hell Creek Formation, about 67, 68 million years ago. Stygimoloch seems to be more common higher up, 67 to 66 million years ago. Dracorex, I don't know where it falls. I don't even know if we have that info. So it could be, I do think that all 3 of these are the same dinosaur, but it could be that later on in the Hell Creek, they're not really reaching the Pachycephalosaurus stage anymore of development. They might be just looking like this as adults. Does that mean that Stygimoloch is a valid genus? I would not say no. I would not say yes. I'd say it's not. Like, this should be sunk into Pachycephalosaurus. Pretty much has been. But, yeah, and especially since we know this one's a juvenile. This one, when you cut into it, it's a subadult. And this one is a mature adult. Like, that much we do know. But there might be, like, a slight complicating factor when you look at the stratigraphy in there. So anyway, yeah. Pedomorphosis, there you go, Diagonal, yeah. Pedomorphosis, where eventually as the species continues to evolve, the adults might look more and more like juveniles as you move through time. And so maybe, like, the adults never really reach this full adult morphological stage. They look more like juveniles later on in ontogeny, the further you go up through the Hell Creek Formation. But anyway, Denver Fowler would be the guy to talk to about this. Yeah, he talks about this sort of thing, and he's really the expert here. And should we be back? I will see you soon, Magic. Thanks for being here. Hope to see you again very soon. Yeah. And, yeah, and it's not that there's something inhibiting development as time goes on, it's just what we call a heterochrony. I wonder if I can find you a good definition of that. Heterochrony. Yeah, evolutionary developmental biology. Heterochrony is any genetically controlled difference in the timing, rate, or duration of a developmental process in an organism compared to its ancestors or other organisms. So basically, it's just like, yeah, animals changing how they develop over time. It's not like, oh, their growth is stunted because they have less food or anything. It's not like that. It's just that's how the species is evolving. And axolotls are a good example. So, ontogeny. Baby salamanders often look very much like this, but an axolotl, the adults look like this. They've, like, undergone heterochrony here. There's the timing of their development has changed, and now the adults look like juveniles, you know? And that seems to be happening with Pachycephalosaurus, maybe with Triceratops, too, at the very end of the Cretaceous period. I don't think it's because of any, like, environmental degradation or anything like that. I think it's more just, that's what critters do sometimes. They kind of go through cycles like that. And these guys happen to be cut off before they could cycle back in the other direction, maybe. Because the asteroid hits and drives everybody into extinction, except for birds. So yeah. Yeah. And yeah, there you go, Diagonal. Yeah, axolotls are pedomorphic. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And ontogeny. Yeah, Ash Girl. Here. We even have a little ontogeny stinger there. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
So the ontogeny it's the changes that an organism undergoes as it grows.
Ontogeny.
Develops, like an individual, like you growing up from a baby to an adult. Those are ontogenetic changes. That's changes in
ontogeny.
Yeah. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. More of a direct change in life cycle? Kind of, Great Mango, yeah. Yeah. And it's going well, Canna DNA. Better now that you're here. How are you? Welcome back. Yeah. And yeah, there you go. So, I actually had to track down what is the Pokemon evolving music. That's what's in here, I guess. So I've been told. So Pokemon evolving.
Ontogeny.
That's just ontogeny. Evolution doesn't happen on an individual basis. An individual animal doesn't evolve. Evolution happens between generations. Evolution is when you're a little bit different from your parents, or a little bit different from their parents, or a little bit different from their parents. That's evolution over time. But an individual animal growing up, that's not evolution, that's ontogeny. So Lenina is 100% right, as usual. Pokemon do not evolve, they ontogenize. Ontogenize. Yeah. So there you go, yeah. Yeah. And Truckhorn, I was there for part of that, for Balint's talking about axolotls. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Tell that to Blue. Okay, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. Your Pokemon is ontogenizing. Well, there you go, Sophie. Yes. And is that difference enough to distinguish them as different species of Pachycephalosaurus? Victorious, it doesn't seem like it really is different species here. Oh, unless you're talking about through time. Like, you know, if at the top of the Hell Creek Formation 66 million years ago, they don't reach this stage anymore, and they just look like this when they're fully adult? Could you call that a new species? You could. You could make that argument. At a certain point, it, like, doesn't even matter. Like, call it a new species if you want, but it would be what we call a chrono-species. Like, the thing is, the definitions for what is a species, like what constitutes a different species, those definitions were come up with for present-day animals. When we're introducing time and evolution, those definitions kind of break down a little bit. Because it's like, how many generations back do you have to go before you're a different species than your great-great-great-grandmother, you know? It's like, there isn't really a hard and fast line there, you know? It gets squishy, like many things in biology. Like many aspects of living things, there's gray areas there, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. And what represents speciation? Oh, holy cow, Ash Girl, that... I could talk all week about that. But speciation is when you actually have... Like, speciation itself is when you have a split that happens. So, yeah. That does make sense as Victorious? Okay, good. Good. I'll find you a video on speciation. But speciation is usually what we call, like, cladogenesis. Yeah. There we go. Let's try this right here. Anoles, or anoles. Whatever you want to call them. Tomato, potato. Yeah. Reproductive isolation can make new species.
Are defined as different species when individuals from one group don't mate
Ontogeny.
and reproduce with those from the other.
That's one definition of a species. There's actually like multiple working definitions of what constitutes species in biology, because again, these things are complicated, you know? Since they're not man-made, since they're in nature and they just kind of arise due to often like really chaotic factors, there's not like a hard and fast definition to them, you know? Yeah, nature's messy. How does one species split and multiply into many?
One way a species can
spare no expense.
Thank you, Sothi Saint Going Well, for that gift sub.
One sub to Newton Tango.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Sothi.
And split
Appreciate
into
that.
two is for populations to separate geographically.
Yeah.
Over many generations, they can undergo enough changes in their respective habitats that if and when they come back together again, they don't mate.
Yep. There you go. Yeah. That's what we call allometric speciation. Or allopatric speciation, excuse me. When they're geographically isolated.
Suppose that a population of these lizards ended up in an area that was much more open and sunnier. In that case, a light-colored dewlap isn't very effective. So over time, the population would evolve by natural selection to have darker dewlaps.
If for some reason these two populations come together, the females would no longer recognize the males as members of the same species.
They'd be like, nah, you've got a dark-colored dewlap? What? I don't like that. I like light-colored dewlaps, you know? And suddenly they're no longer meeting, and they become different species at that point. That's kind of the idea.
They wouldn't mate. They
Yeah.
would be reproductively isolated.
Mm-hmm. Once reproductively isolated, different species may come to occupy different niches in their environment. They're doing different ecological jobs.
Once new species have formed, competition drives the evolution of different body types.
Yep.
Species living in the same area compete for resources. But if members of one species move into another habitat, they can use resources not available to the other species.
Mm-hmm.
Over many generations, natural selection favors traits that enable species to occupy different habitats.
Oh, that's really sad, Mama is a fan. Shoot. There we go. There's speciation there. That's just a really rough kind of example of how it happens, but that's actually like a subject of much ongoing research and discussion and debate among modern biologists, you know? We're not even gonna get into things like ring species or, I don't know, or chronospecies right now, because holy cow. It gets complicated. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, Pachycephalosaurus. Let's get back to our birds for Thursday Birds Day. Green herring, beautiful picture of some gulls here. Gulls are, I think, severely underappreciated birds. They are really, really cool. And a peregrine falcon. Oh, that is a great photo. Holy moly. I've got some peregrines that live near me here in the East Bay, San Francisco Bay Area. And, yeah, they are really, really cool. I feel so lucky every time I get to see them. They are the fastest animal in the world, as you were saying. Yeah, when the peregrine showed up, all the gulls took off, except the great black-backed gull. Great black-backed gull did not care, because it's so big. Very cool. So that is some excellent birding there, green herring. Very nice. And is that a green heron? For your, yeah, is it? Is your name is that like a play on words there? Green herring, green heron? Huh. I liked it. Yeah. Oh, that's an osprey. That's an osprey there? So, okay. It does have those forward-facing eyes like a heron does. But Yeah. Anyway. Don't see them here often, so that's a treat. Very cool green herring. Very, very cool. Yeah. But it's hard with their great long beaks. Yes. Yes, indeed. There's a very big heron near where I live. I'll see if I can get some photos of it. This thing is huge. Really, really big. And it's not even a great blue heron. Really, really big, like a white heron. It might even be a snowy egret. I'm not sure. I need to learn to identify my herodiform birds a little bit better. Here's a red phalarope, another unusual bird to see in the San Francisco Bay. Very cool. Very, very cool, Captain Lamy. Probably brought in by the recent storms. I don't know if I've ever seen a red phalarope before. That is an excellent spot there. Very, very cool. Yeah. Awesome, Captain Lamy. Very cool. An American kestrel. Very cool, Kirsten. From today at 1:51 p.m. Very nice. In Fremont. Oh, super cool. Kestrels are such neat birds. They really are. They're so beautiful. We used to have a ton of these and harriers out on the American Prairie Reserve when I was doing fieldwork out there in 2015, 2016. Gorgeous birds. Holy moly. Good spot there, Kirsten. Wow, wow, wow. And a truckhorn says, not particularly good pictures. That's fine. Here are just a few of the thousands of crows that menace the shopping center. Oh, they'll do that. Yeah, look at them. Ah, yeah. Look at all of them. My goodness. Look at those crows. So they often form really big groups like this when they're about to go to sleep for the night, when they're finding their roosts. Really awesome. Cool stuff, truckhorn. Cool stuff. Crows are really cool birds, and I'd like to recommend another book real quick, actually. This is gonna go on my... Actually, you know what? I think it's in... somebody type in ! reading. Because I think it's... I still haven't updated the... my books command. Keep forgetting to do that. But this book, Crow Planet, really, really excellent. I would highly recommend this. Really great book, just kind of celebrating crows, using them as kind of a metaphor to think about humankind's relationship to nature, and kind of where does civilization stop, where does nature begin? Well, it's difficult to draw that line. Anyway, really, really great book. Essential Wisdom from the Urban Wilderness by Leonda Lynn Haupt. Excellent book. So yeah. Yeah. And, let's see. Singing in the Silence, Birds in Contemporary Art. Oh, very cool. Invisible Dimensions. That looks pretty neat. Very cool. Oh, beautiful art here. Specimens. And very, very cool. Thank you for sharing Invisible Dimensions. That's really neat. I'm gonna have to check that out later after the stream. American avocet right here. Beautiful little shorebird with that upturned bill like that. So skinny. It's like a pair of really, really fine tweezers that evolved for snapping at invertebrates, probing the sand for them. Let's see if I can find a video of them feeding. Yeah. There we go. That's an American avocet right there in slow motion. Oh, wait. Do they not probe the sand? It's like sweeping through the water and maybe through the sand at the bottom of that pool. Very interesting. I stand corrected. I guess that's why they've got that upturned distal part of the beak. Interesting. Very interesting. What a nice Beck. There you go, Layer T. Yes, indeed. Here. Be right back. Yeah, really cool. That upturned part should have been a clue to me. Sweeping through the water like that. Very interesting stuff. So the shape of a bird's bill gives you a lot of clues about what it's doing ecologically, what it's feeding on, what its diet might be. And travel the world. Oh, that's neat. Yeah. Great blue herons are very, very cool. I'm actually studying herons for a project that hopefully will be published soon. But, yeah. Yeah, very cool. Continuing on, and an oyster catcher. Yeah! Oyster catchers do not catch oysters, despite their name. Really, really beautiful birds, oyster catchers. Very cool. Nice spot there, Captain Lamy. Very nice. Nice spots indeed. And one is not a dinosaur, says Dr. Terra. Yes, indeed. That's a crocodile right there. And a heron. That's not an alligator, that's a crocodile. Is this an American crocodile? It looks like an American crocodile. Holy moly. Wow. And black crowned night heron. That very well, I think that is a black crowned night heron. Yeah. Morlet croc. I don't know what that is, Dr. Terra. What? Morlet croc. Huh. Not familiar with that. Oh, wait. Hang on. Dr. Terra, are you from one of our Australian chatters? Is this a freshwater crocodile, perhaps? Yeah.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true.
Thanks to FX for my sub-gift.
Thank you, Dragonfly Fairy, for the 7 months of support. And thank you to Safarix for that sub-gift, too. Thank you for keeping this channel on the air. I appreciate you very much. Yeah. Morlet croc. What is that? Morlet's crocodile. What is this? Also known as the Mexican crocodile or Belize crocodile. I'm not familiar with this critter. Oh, interesting. Very cool. No, Dr. Terra, you were on vacation in Mexico recently. Shoot, I'm sorry. Got a lot of names to keep track of, and I apologize. Also, the color that your name shows up as in OBS had me confused also. Very cool. Really, really neat. Morlet's crocodile. I just learned something. Thank you, Dr. Terra. Appreciate you. I was trying to think of where else in the world could somebody be chatting from where they took pictures of crocodilians. This is not an Indian crocodile. It's not a Nile crocodile. I first thought was Australia, but no. Central America. Full of iguanas and crocs. Very cool. That's awesome, Dr. Terra. That's really, really cool. And that is indeed a black-crowned night heron, to whoever was asking. That is actually our official municipal city bird here in Oakland, California. Oakland's official bird is the black-crowned night heron. There we go. Yeah. This is really neat. Everybody loves a good story, especially a story with a happy ending. This story, like many stories, involves a journey and a group of dedicated and determined children. At the heart of its story is a cool and funky bird, and the people who work together to help protect it. This is the story of how the black-crowned night heron became the official bird of Oakland, right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Birds are amazing animals, Let's see. For this reason and many more, birds are at the heart of the 3rd grade science curriculum at Park Day School, a K-8 independent school in Oakland, California. Check out that children's drawing. A child's drawing of a black-crowned night heron. Very nice. When a mysterious goo spilled in San Francisco Bay in 2015, hundreds of birds covered with sticky gunk washed up on the East Bay shoreline, including at the Martin Luther King Jr. Regional Shoreline, the same wetland where Park Day 3rd graders were helping with bird habitat restoration. When you see a problem, you do something about it, is a common phrase that you hear throughout our classrooms, so it came as no surprise to see our 3rd graders responding to this news with a call to action. Yeah. Very cool stuff. We learned about the plight of the black-crowned night heron in downtown Oakland. The story had many elements of a classic tragedy. Helpless babies, in this case baby birds, big developers, and alarmed citizens. Students were immediately smitten when this baby dinosaur-like young heron, with this baby dinosaur-like young heron, and concerned about the predicament that they faced. Yeah. So in order to try and help these birds, somebody asks, what would happen if the black-crowned night herons became the official bird of Oakland? Would that help to save them? And so these kids got involved, started a campaign, I guess, to make a bunch of art, and then they probably went to City Hall, and anyway, I'm not going to read this whole thing here. Very cool. Official Bird of Oakland campaign finally got the traction it needed in April 2019, when the proposal became an agenda item to be considered by the Legislation and Rules Committee. Sounds like a fun group of people. We took all the 3rd graders back to City Hall with their heron puppets and signs. The speakers in favor of our campaign that day included 2 5th graders from the original class that launched the campaign, 2 current 3rd graders, and representatives from the International Bird Rescue, Golden Gate Audubon, Oakland Zoo, and East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation. They don't talk about who was opposed to the project. I'm guessing that probably, I don't know, probably the local Chamber of Commerce, probably the Republicans for a Dimmer Future, etc. Anyway, but the item was approved, and the resolution next needed sign-off from the Public Works Committee. So they've got to go run all over hither and yon in city government to get this approved. This is a true story that has a happy ending. Yeah, the black-crowned night heron became the official city bird of Oakland. I will give you a link to this article here from Golden Gate Audubon, right there. And let me show you a present that I got for Christmas. It is relevant to this. Hang on. Take a look at this. That is indeed a black-crowned night heron here on this shirt. Very, very nice. I got this from Lordy and Ios for Christmas because they know how much I love birds. I think they got it from like a local printer. Very cool. Oakland, California, black-crowned night heron. Oh, yeah. I'm sure we'll be doing once I photograph one of those birds, that'll be one of our Thursday Birds Day birds that I feature. But for now, it's just really cool that you got to see one of these down in Mexico, Dr. Tara. Very, very neat. Yeah. Next to a crocodile. You could entitle this photograph Archosauria, circa 0 million years ago. Yeah. Oh yeah. And there's a heron that hangs out just under the bridge near my place by the lake. Very cool. From the neighborhood Mexican. Very, very cool. Yeah. There's, we're lucky here in the Bay Area. We've got like 4 or 5 species of herons. Black-crowned night herons. Well, herons and egrets. These guys, great egrets, snowy egrets, great blue herons, and I want to say we have green herons too. So I want to say we've got 5. We might even have more. But yeah, how you doing, Hugin? Hey, welcome, Hugin. Feel like it's been a while. How are you doing? Good to have you here. Yeah, and green herons, yes, says Captain Lummy. There we go. Nice. All right, let's see what else we've got for Thursday Birds Day. Another scrub jay, beautiful Sibeliusaurus. Ah, very nice. This floofy scrub jay, trying to warm up in the sun there. Brennington says, saw a heck of geese last week. Sorry about the potato quality. No, that's fine. I can tell those are Canada geese. Not Canadian geese, but Canada geese. A lot of people call them Canadian geese. That is incorrect. Yeah, I don't know how I found this the other day. Like a random video that showed up on YouTube for me that I could not stop laughing at. Here's this distinguished older lady, and she has her own YouTube channel in which she talks about various topics that are pertinent to seniors, I suppose. And I thought it was very sweet and also just very funny. So take a look at this.
Have you had experience being chased by a geese or a goose?
Or a goose.
Don't mess with these fowls because they can run faster than you.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not going to talk about chasing these geese. I have a video about, you know, the geese that they happy in the water. And I really didn't mess with them.
Good.
I didn't go
very
in
good.
In
Don't
the
harass them.
To touch them because in my younger years I was able, I mean, the one goose, the goose chased me, and that really scared me, and in fact I still have that phobia. So
that's very relatable. That's very relatable.
They can run faster than you, and they can really.
They are fast.
Pluck on your legs or on your skin, and you get a bruise. So what?
You will get a bruise. Shoot. Later on in the video, she's got some footage of Canada geese doing their thing here. Yeah. So anyway, I just that video really made me laugh, and I think I already gave it a thumbs up, right? If I didn't, there's one there. Here's that link there. But yeah, geese. You know, a lot of people have had personal encounters with geese, and it's left quite an impact upon them. And yeah, she made a whole video about it. So yeah. Do geese avoid attacking cats? Says Southeast ain't going well. I think it depends on what kind of cat. They might be less inclined to attack, say, a leopard than maybe a little forest cat or something. You know? Yeah. And yeah, Thursday Birds Day. Absolutely, Afro Bandit Girl. Afro Bandit Girl, we were looking at your Thursday Birds Day bird on the Birds Day earlier. Where was that? Right here, right? Yeah. A crow. Oh, that's actually a raven right there. Yeah. See the big old bill right there? Big old bill on that raven. Ravens have thicker bills than crows do, and they're generally larger overall. That cat looks scared, and it should be. Ravens like this, they eat meat, you know? So yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying it's going to eat this cat, but... Well, that's probably just as likely as the cat eating the raven. The raven could just as easily eat the cat. But I hope both of them went along on their way peacefully and did not get into some sort of a fatal fight there. But, yeah, and it was 2 of them. Oh, cool. Yeah, they're very social birds. They, very intelligent, too. Holy cow. Anyway, let's get back down to where we were in Thursday Birds Day. Looks like we're nearing the end. And a preening house sparrow and a song sparrow. Look at that. That's a male house sparrow right there. Passer domesticus is the genus and species for a house sparrow. They're also called English sparrows sometimes. And a song sparrow, beautiful. Song sparrows are usually more rare, and you'll find them in wilder environments. House sparrows, as their name might imply, live on houses, on buildings. They live close to people. They're very comfortable around people. Song sparrows, not so much. You'll find them in more wild environments, in forests and meadows. You often find them near running water, I think I've been told. Yeah. Very cool. I'm actually feeling an inclination. Let's look up on our Tree of Life house sparrow, and we'll see how close song sparrow is to it. House sparrow. Passer domesticus, just like I was telling you. Yeah. But you'll definitely hear a song sparrow if it's nearby. I have, Captain Lamy, yeah. I'm impressed you got a photo of a song sparrow. I've tried to do that for years. Yeah, they're usually too skittish. There's a house sparrow there. They're much more easy to photograph. And, so house sparrows are most closely related to Spanish and Socotra sparrows, Somali sparrows, and Iago sparrows. Where's a song sparrow? Swahili sparrow, plain-backed sparrow. Are they not that close to song sparrows? Again, here's our house sparrow. How distant are they from song sparrows? Wow, they're much further than I thought. Holy cow. Much further. Holy moly. So they must be separated by multiple millions of years of evolution. Savannah sparrow, white-crowned sparrow. Shoot. So they've probably got about 10 million years of evolution separating them. You wouldn't imagine it just based on how similar they look, but holy cow, there's a lot of time separating those. They diverged like 10 million years ago. Their branches went separate ways. Interesting. So yeah, very cool. And how do these differ from Eurasian tree sparrows? Dragonfly fairy? Let's see. Eurasian tree sparrow. They are way over there. Holy cow. Okay. They're the same genus, I guess. Oh wait, no, there's a house sparrow. So actually, yeah, they're not that distant from and it looks very similar. So a Eurasian tree sparrow is much closer to a house sparrow than either of them is to a song sparrow that we have here in North America, which makes a lot of sense, They've been distant for a long time. Song sparrows are from North America. These guys from Eurasia, including the house sparrow. England is, you could call that Eurasia if you wanted to. Right? Yeah. Anyway, I bet also if we look up house sparrow on good old Wikipedia, if there is a range photo for these guys, look at that thick bill on it. Almost reminds me of like a grosbeak. Huh. Yeah, shoot. So anything that's colored on there is where these animals live nowadays. That's like half of the planet. Or half of the land on planet Earth, at least. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Cool critters. I grew up with house sparrows. They lived in my school. I'll tell you a story about them another time. But I don't want to get too bogged down on that right now. So yeah. And Green Herring says, house sparrows are very different from New World sparrows. I didn't realize that until right now. learning something. Yeah, very cool. Yeah. The robins adopted a baby house sparrow and took care of it. Very cool, Petrodactylus. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Yeah. And Captain Lamy, white-crowned sparrows are quite numerous in San Francisco. I've got tons of photos of them, Captain Lamy. Back when I worked in the Presidio, they were everywhere in there. Yeah, there were three kinds of birds that I didn't see hardly anywhere else. I would see white-crowned sparrows, I would see dark-eyed juncos, and I would see red-shouldered hawks. I don't know if I've ever seen a red-shouldered hawk anywhere else, but they are everywhere in the Presidio of San Francisco. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And you don't see them as in the past, says Policy. Interesting. They're becoming less numerous over time in Buenos Aires? Huh. And both are old world sparrows. That makes a lot of sense, Matt Pye. We've got so many cool bird people here in chat. Oh, it makes me happy. Yeah. And Freya's Fury. Oh. We haven't even talked about that yet. We'll see if we can get to Titanosaur nesting in a little bit. Right now we're doing Thursday Birds Day. Yeah. And Matt Pye says, check out buntings. You'll see how similar they look to song sparrows. I've seen buntings before, but let's see. That's not what I was looking for. Apparently these decorations are also called buntings. You know, that's like if you look up, let's see. If you look up streamer, yeah, you know, you get this. Or this, you know, streamers. Here's one that looks much more like me, you know. That one's dressed like I am. A streamer with similar plumage. But yeah. Bunting bird. They do have a very similar overall body shape. Yeah. Shoot, that looks a lot like a... It almost reminds me of like a chipping sparrow. Or maybe even a song sparrow. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Booty Raider says, I haven't seen many birds where I just moved to, so I just watched the owls on Twitch. Very nice. Raider, very nice. Yeah. Very cool. Oh, and that's really neat, Petrodactylus. That's such a cool story. Really, really cool. You got to experience that and also help that baby bird, too. You're very sentimental about stuff like that, so that's pretty cool, Petrodactylus. Pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, and very cool Afro Bandit girl. Use crepe paper like that. Streamer paper. Nice. Did nobody like the streamer joke? Granted, it wasn't a very good joke, but nobody reacted to that. Oh boy. Yeah. And Dragonfly Fairy, very nice. Yeah. I made friends with a group of ravens at one point, which was pretty cool. Wax Eyes, Silver Eyes, and Tahoes. Oh, very cool. This reminds me of, oh, what are they called? Shoot. Here, give me a second. Let me think about that. Japanese white eye, I think? Look out the window. Noises out there on the street. It's crazy. Japanese white eye, I think. That's kind of what this reminds me of, but it's probably unrelated. Looks like a house sparrow there. Very nice. Fantail. Very cool. Wait, no. Fantail here. Oh, yeah, right there. Very nice. And did dinosaurs have eyelashes like birds do? The feathered ones probably did, yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. Some birds also have, like, feathery whiskers. Kiwi birds have that. They actually use that for sensory purposes. Very cool. And that looks like a frigate bird, Dr. Terra. Is that right? Is that a frigate bird? They are super neat, the pirates of the sky. Very cool. Very cool indeed. Yep. Let's see if we can find a video on frigate birds and what they do. Their piracy. Let's try and play this without the sound, so I don't get... so YouTube doesn't freak out about it when I post the VOD later. There we go, frigate birds. You wouldn't download a fish. There's our frigate bird on the prowl. What's the, shoot, who's the other bird there? Oh, man, he's so much bigger than the other bird. Shoot. That's not some kind of tern, is it? What is that? Yeah, it looks like a tern. Might be a tropic bird, Captain Lamy. Is a tropic bird a kind of tern? It's very tern-like. Yeah. Very cool. So yeah, they will actually, like, bully other birds and get them to regurgitate their food. Or they'll just steal food from them before they've eaten it. So there we go. Did that bird just puke out a fish? It did. Look at that. Watch. Right there, you see it? And then here comes the frigate bird. Takes it. There you go. That's what they do. Friendly says, wow, jerks. That's what they do. They harass other birds to the point that they puke, and then they take their meal. Oh, man. Wow. Oh, there you go. Blah. I wonder how often they actually catch their own food, frigate birds. Or do they only steal from these poor terns? Or tropic birds, okay. Tropic birds have got to be a kind of tern, right? Let's look that up on our Tree of Life. Tropic bird. Red-billed tropic bird, that's probably the one. Yeah. There you go, red-billed tropic bird, which are Phaethontiformes. Tropic birds, and... Whoa, are they not related to terns? Wow. At least a tern. We have those here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Wow, okay, so they're kind of close to terns, but not really. They're not a kind of tern. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Let's jump from there to frigate bird. See where they show up on the Tree of Life. Greater frigate bird. They are way over there. Nice. Okay. Yeah, they are a pirate bird policy. That's where the name comes from, frigate bird. After, like, a pirate frigate. A frigate is like a fast, a fast ship that would intercept other ships and Yeah. There we go. Like the genus name, the English term frigate bird is derived from the French mariner's name for the bird, la frégate, a frigate or fast warship. Yeah. Apparently they're a kind of petrel, I guess. Huh. And they live all over the place. Holy cow. We don't quite have them here in the Bay Area. It's a little bit too far north for them. They've got clean, warmer waters, I guess. Very interesting. Yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah. Captain Lamy says, cormorants, tropic birds, and frigate birds are pelicaniformes, I think. I think you might be right there. I know shoebills are pelicaniformes, aren't they? Won't let me search that on here. But let's just try, pelican. Pelicans, Pelicanidae. There you go. Pelicans, tropic birds, cormorants, and relatives, pelicaniformes. There you go. Spoonbills, too, and herons. And, there's our shoebills right there. Very nice. Well, that's the last of our Thursday Birds Day posts. Everybody, thank you for, posting this. Let's talk about shoebills a little bit, because they are here on our list. FMSSK, are you here right now? Can we do this dinosaur deep dive for you? Yeah. And for a sec you thought a hippo was a pelican? There's a bird sitting on the hippo's back, Dr. Terra, yeah. Yeah. And Matt Pye, yeah, feel free to put some photos in the Thursday Birds Day channel, for sure. Yeah. Maybe FMSSK is not here. Let's see. Nope, not right now. But let's see, we do have... Captain Lamy, you were here, right? Let's do Falco peregrinus for you. And we can knock that off our dinosaur deep dive list. This is one of my favorite living theropods. They are such cool critters. They really, really are. Let's see if we can watch this here.
Bird that has evolved into one of the world's most skillful hunters. I've come to Italy, and the...
Hopefully this doesn't get us copyright struck. I actually... You know, maybe we won't play the sound here. But these are birds that are very well adapted. Well, they've adapted very well, I should say, to living in, like, man-made environments. And they are the world's fastest living animal. This is really cool footage that they managed to get here. Oh. I'm just getting a text message from, Hang on a minute here. Got a text message from a colleague. I've got some field work in Wyoming, tentatively scheduled for June and July. Very excited about that. Reply real quick. Well, I'll reply later. A little too eager right now. But yeah, peregrine falcons. They feed on birds like pigeons and starlings, birds that thrive in urban environments. And whereas these birds, peregrine falcons, originally evolved to live alongside cliff faces, turns out they're really lucky in the sense that they're also really good at living on the sides of buildings and bridges and man-made structures like that, kind of artificial cliff faces. And they love to eat the birds that we have living in our cities like this, like pigeons and starlings. And so this is what we call the stoop, or no, it's not at the stoop yet. It's there. It is. It's, no, almost. They tuck their wings back and they just boom, go down like a bullet, plummeting toward the earth. They reach out with those claws, and there we go. There's those wings folding up like that. Holy cow. Very, very cool. Over 200 miles an hour. I think they've been clocked at something like 240, making them the fastest animal on the face of the planet. Pretty astonishing. And looks like he's gonna miss this time, maybe. Nope. No, got it. There we go. Very cool. Peregrine falcons are... Holy cow. Here, take a look at this.
Nobody, and we mean nobody, flies faster than the peregrine falcon. They've been clocked at 240 miles per hour.
Yeah,
I mean,
in a
they're
dive.
basically feathered fighter jets.
They're like interceptors, but yeah.
Catching their favorite foods, like this pigeon, isn't as easy as you might think. So a peregrine needs much more than raw speed to get a meal.
Yep.
First, it scans for prey with its phenomenal vision.
Yeah. So the eyes of a bird like that. By the way, did you see that? Look at those. Those are not eyelashes. Those are not hairs. Those are modified feathers there on their eyelids. Very, very cool. And they actually have more eyelids than we have. They've got the normal up and down eyelids, but they also have another eyelid called the nictitating membrane. It's kind of like it kind of slides over the side like this. Crocodiles have got a similar thing. Same thing. It's a homologous structure. And so it's basically like a see-through eyelid that goes that way across it. And if we're lucky, they might talk about that here too. Anyway, remarkable eyes on these birds. Eyes that they inherited from their dinosaurian ancestors.
It can see about twice as far as we can.
Yeah.
Here's why. Both humans and peregrines have a spot at the very back of their eyes where vision is sharpest. It's called a fovea. But peregrine falcons have an extra one, which helps with depth perception at high speed. That helps
Very
it
funny
lock
layer, too.
onto its prey. Or in this case, a lure the falconer is using to mimic a pigeon trying to get away.
Very cool.
Most birds of prey, like this red-tailed hawk, have a prominent ridge above their eyes that shades against the sun. But the peregrine's ridge is much smaller. A bigger ridge.
Also, these two birds are not closely related to one another. So falconiforms like this are actually more closely related to parrots than they are to hawks like that. And no, I'm not making this up. Let me show you. Let's see. Red-tailed hawk. Right here. There we go. There's a red-tailed hawk, and you'll see other closely related raptors here. Broad-winged hawk, Hawaiian hawk, white-throated hawk, Galapagos hawk, zone-tailed hawk. And birds like that. Yeah. Hawks, right here. But, if we go to peregrine falcon, you'll see it's nowhere close to here. Look how far we're going. Holy moly. It's way over here. Along with other falcons. Prairie falcons, Barbary falcons, Gyre falcons. It's more closely related to parrots. So there's some of those birds of prey. Those are falcons there. And kestrels. There we go. Falcons. But falcons are more closely related. Oop, there we go. Critters like lorikeets. And buntings. And wrens. And nutcrackers. Which is pretty wild. So again, all these critters belong to a clade. I don't know what this clade is called. But anyway, that is pretty far away from our red-tailed hawk. So that's an example of convergent evolution there. Zoom, way over there. Yeah. So hawks and falcons might look pretty similar to one another, and they might have kind of superficially similar lifestyles and everything, but they are not close relatives. They're two different groups of birds that independently evolved similar structures and lifestyles and everything else. So, isn't that cool? I remember when I first learned that, it kind of blew my mind. So, yeah. Yeah. Neat stuff. Yeah. And very cool, Iron Man. You saw held a Mongolian falcon. Really? Very neat. Yeah. They also have golden eagles in Mongolia, too, that falconers use. Anyway.
Create drag, which could slow the bird down.
Yeah.
So instead, peregrines rely on dark feathers below their eyes to reduce glare, like black marks on a football player's face.
Yeah. That's called eye black when you put it on like that. And I sometimes wear that in the field if I'm going to be out prospecting for a whole day. I would put on eye black like that because it does help your visual acuity a little bit. It reduces glare coming off of your cheekbones there. When you're like out looking for things, you know, in the field.
In the air, peregrines are super maneuverable, thanks to the shape of their wings. They're angled and compact, unlike the broader wings that owls use for gliding, or hawks use for soaring. A peregrine's long, stiff feathers also help slice through the air smoothly.
And there you go, mermaid, yeah. Yes,
and
indeed.
Of course, there is the peregrine's signature move.
The stoop. That dive.
This dive turns the bird into an aerodynamic missile aimed right at its prey.
It's like a 50 caliber slug.
Being fast has its downsides. At high speed, the air pressure on its face is intense, potentially suffocating.
Ooh, are we going to talk about the nose cone thing? Oh, this is so neat. Check this out.
Peregrines have these little bones called tubercles inside their nostrils.
Yep.
They slow down the air going into their lungs. Jet engines have the same kind of thing.
There's an SR-71 Blackbird right there. I think it's one of the first aircraft that ever incorporated titanium into its construction. Anyway, yeah. Nose cone? Nose cone.
Once a falcon zeroes in on a bird, then comes the really hard part, taking it down. It hits the bird with a huge amount of force.
Wow.
Either knocking it to the ground or stabbing it with 8 razor-sharp talons.
Ontogeny.
And if that doesn't do the job, peregrines have a special sharp notch on their beaks, known as a tomial tooth or killing tooth, to bite through the necks of their prey.
Pretty gruesome, yeah.
Dinner, is served.
Oh, man. Yeah. So there you go.
Hey, Deep Peeps.
Yeah, very, very cool. I wonder if we can find a video on peregrine conservation, because these birds nearly went extinct or extirpated in North America. Because of DDT. Let's see if we can find a video about that. Here we go. This is from KQED right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Hopefully this is good. Let's see. Oh, I know that sound. Yeah.
The San Francisco Zoo has a heritage of working with birds of prey. Way back to the 1970s, I think it actually began with a rehabilitation program and then established a captive breeding program for peregrine falcons.
Very cool.
Peregrine falcon are native to actually the entire world. The only place you don't find them is Antarctica. But when the pesticide DDT was produced in the 1950s and then banned in 1972, that chemical saturated our environment, moved its way through the food chain, and affected peregrine falcons significantly.
So yeah, and while we're talking about DDT, let's see if I can track down another video about that that's like amusing and kind of disturbing. Yeah, let's see. There we go.
With the possibility of a serious infantile paralysis epidemic, health authorities of the city of San Antonio, Texas, attacked the germ carriers throughout the city. With the war discovered DDT and special sprayers.
And this very well might. Here, let's turn the volume. Anyway, yeah. Really, really wild. They just sprayed this stuff absolutely everywhere. And like, you know, gave it to kids to spray, and people were eating it, and there's some really famous footage of, yeah, just spraying it all over the place. Just absolutely everywhere to try and kill mosquitoes and insects like that. Yeah. Just everywhere. Just nuts, you know?
With DDT. The medical officer explains that buildings treated with DDT remain effective against mosquitoes for about 3 months. The Africans at first are not very impressed. Some are afraid that the DDT will poison them, while others suspect some sort of witchcraft.
I'm sure they didn't expect witchcraft.
The entomologist calls for a bowl of porridge.
There's an entomologist. Oh, I'm gonna kill all of my study animals.
In full view of the audience.
They're spraying that down.
He now eats several spoonfuls of the mixture to show that the contaminated food is harmless. Even this fails to convince the audience.
Yeah, well, maybe they had a point. Because holy cow, DDT... Oh boy, really did a number on birds of prey, like the peregrine falcon. So yeah. Yeah.
DDT was produced in the 1950s and then banned in 1972. That chemical saturated our environment, moved its way through the food chain, and affected peregrine falcons significantly. They laid thin-shelled eggs, and essentially it wiped out their breeding, and the population crashed. And so they were one of the first animals to be put on the endangered species list.
Yep.
Peregrine falcons are still relatively rare, but California's recovery has been really remarkable because there was a very focused effort in this state to manage what few breeding pairs there were, supplement them with captive bred birds, and bolster the population. And so it went from a breeding population of say 9 in the 80s to...
Nine breeding age peregrine falcons in California in the 1980s. Not 9,000, not 900, 9. in California. In other parts of the world, they're doing okay, but they were almost extirpated, almost completely wiped out in California. But now they're actually doing quite well.
There's
it's a story with a happy ending.
In the state of California now, so a remarkable recovery to the point where...
Wait, only 300?
There's some 300 nests.
I guess they're not as common as I thought, but shoot, there's like a number that I know of here in the Bay Area, and I'll show you some
in the
of them.
state of California now, so a remarkable recovery to the point where they are no longer on the endangered species list.
Yeah.
We're here at the Animal Resource Center at the San Francisco Zoo. This building houses over 100 animals that are used in all the zoo's education and outreach
like a garter
programs.
snake? Some sort of owl?
My name is Noelle Bittigan-Berry, and I'm the Animal Resource Center intern at the San Francisco Zoo. My job is to help take care of the animals that are part of the zoo's education and outreach programs. Come say hello. Aren't they cute?
Garter snakes are really cool petrodactyls.
And one of our favorite animal ambassadors is Bella, our peregrine falcon. So let's go ahead and meet her.
Oh. She's excited.
This is Bella. She's our peregrine falcon. Bella is a cross between two falcon subspecies. She is part tundra and part anatom, a falcon subspecies that's native to California. So that's the type of peregrine falcon.
Once we knew only that they vanished. Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before them or since.
Het Tenny, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. How was your stream, Het Tenny? I hope it was really good. And welcome back. If anybody's new here, my name is Danny Anduza. Look at this graph. What a beautiful graph, David Borland. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs, I dig them up, I study them, publish on them, and now I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week right here on Twitch. And we're talking about modern dinosaurs right now, like this beautiful peregrine falcon. Birds themselves are living dinosaurs. And yeah, we're doing a deep dive on Falco peregrinus, the peregrine falcon, right now. So yeah. And doing good, doing system stuff. Very nice, Anthony. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Welcome back. If you are interested in Linux, in network engineering, in system stuff, as Tenny so succinctly put it, check out their channel right there, Tenny.
But those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
And Code with Tojo, thank you for the 24 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you for helping me hang on like that for the past 24 months. It's a long time. Appreciate that, Code with Tojo. I really do. Thank you. So yeah. Let's scoot back a little bit, right here.
She is part tundra and part anatom, a falcon subspecies that's native to California. So that's the type of peregrine falcon you would see flying around in the Bay Area.
Very cool.
She's half of a local bird. Bella is here with us because she is a former falconry bird. So she was a hunting companion, and she was born in captivity and raised by people. And
so she can't be released.
Not a candidate for release into the wild.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Bella is a 22-year-old bird. Normally in the wild, peregrine falcons live anywhere from 12 to 16 years. And in captivity, they live anywhere from 15 to 25 years.
She's a senior citizen.
She's an older
My
bird,
goodness.
But she's in perfect health, and we hope she lives for many more years.
Oh.
Her job is to go around to classes to teach the public about peregrine falcons.
go around to YouTube as well
Usually,
at this point. Very
when
nice.
people see her, they become very attached and very interested in her story. So she allows us to tell people about.
But those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
Invaluable indeed, just like your support in Gen 728. Thank you so much.
Are Dino's 3 paleo birds, are Dino's 2 paleo birds,
Really
are Dino's
appreciate
1
you,
paleo
InGen.
apato, 1 paleo
Thank
apato,
you,
2
thank
paleo
you.
apato, 3 paleo apato,
The TTS. Yeah. Very nice. Appreciate you, InGen. I really do. Thank you, thank you. So cool. An ambassador here. This peregrine falcon.
Peregrine falcons,
Here.
and the public about peregrine falcons. So usually when people see her, they become very attached and very interested in.
And I want to just emphasize here how important this is, like, to have animal ambassadors like this, because, shoot, when you actually meet an animal like this in person, say you're a kid in school and, someone from the zoo comes by to a school assembly and you get to meet a bird like this right there in front of you, that's going to have an emotional impact on you. Something that I've learned as a science educator over the years is that corny old saying is true. You know? The one about, what was it? It's like, tell me something and I'll forget it. Show me something and I might remember. Involve me and I learn. When you can involve somebody in something by, like, having them meet a bird like this, that's going to have an effect on them. It's going to have an emotional impact, too. This sort of thing is really important. Animal ambassadors like this are vitally important, and they're doing great work for conservation, because, I don't know. In our world today, so many people don't really spend much time outside, especially if you live in a city. You know, when we've got things like Twitch, you know? Many people don't really think about going outside, paying attention to birds, reveling in the majesty of nature. Even in your fleeting moments of free time when you're not working for a living, you're not working long hours or, cooking food for yourself or for your family, you're doing chores, running errands. I get it. Like, a lot of people just don't feel like, even if they have time to go outside and spend time in nature, that's not their first inclination. Especially when there's so many other, forms of entertainment and stuff that are vying for your attention. So, I don't know. I think the role of animal ambassadors like this is probably more important than it's ever been. This is really cool to see. Yeah. I also have to spend time outdoors for my own sanity and Quizivert. Yes, indeed. In fact, I'm going to be doing that after stream. I've not gotten a good walk in today. I got to go do that. It's like necessary for my mental well-being. So yeah, I would recommend that for everybody watching right now. Shoot, if you've not spent time outdoors recently, make sure you do that. And while you're out there, pay attention to some birds. See if you can photograph one for next week's Thursday Birds Day. Yeah.
In her story. So she allows us to tell people about peregrine falcons in a very interactive way.
Very cool. Involve me and I learn.
And peregrine falcons are a phenomenal example of an animal success story. They were basically on the brink of extinction, but they've made a wonderful comeback. They were taken off the endangered species list in 1999, but it took a lot of hard work to get them to that point. There was great
Enjoy your walk, Afro-Bennett Girl. Thanks for being here.
By zoos and conservation organizations and falconers, and just people who took a liking to their story. An interesting fact about peregrine falcons is that they've become urbanized animals, essentially. So they love to roost on cliffs, and so essentially our buildings are acting like those cliffs. And their main prey are birds, and fortunately we have a great food source for them in cities. Pigeons and blackbirds and jays are a primary food source for them. And it's interesting, those peregrine falcons that do live in cities now don't migrate anymore because we've given them essentially everything they need to live. Bella does a great job serving as an animal ambassador, and it's great to be able to see a peregrine falcon up close and personal. But ultimately, where we would like to see peregrine falcons is flying in the wild. Our hope is that when people come to the zoo and come to see Bella, that they're inspired to take conservation into their own hands and to help conservation efforts so that peregrine falcons can remain in the wild where they belong.
Very cool stuff. Very cool indeed. Now, before we wrap up with our peregrine falcons, before we move on to a different topic, let's see. There is a celebrity peregrine falcon. Right here. There we go. Oh yeah, let's just watch the video. Yeah. Here, let's have our own music. Yeah. These are right here in Berkeley, California, just down the road from where I am. And they actually nest on the Campanile, Sather Tower. The big bell tower right in the middle of campus. That's where they live. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. Yeah, anyway, you can actually follow the Berkeley Falcons on Twitter and on Facebook. There is actually a live cam where you can watch these falcons and keep up with them. Berkeley Falcons cam. Cal Falcons. There we go. And if nothing else, shoot, I should look at this more often. This is just a beautiful live webcam of this sweeping vista.
Special magnetism for children.
Mechaholic, thank you for the 19 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Wait, what did I just do? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, there is San Francisco Bay out there. That's Mount Tamalpais, I think, over there. Here is downtown Berkeley. Right over there. The Museum of Paleontology is in this building right here, actually. That looks like the VLSB, the Valley Life Sciences building right there. Or, maybe not actually. Hang on. I don't know why there'd be a car driving across there. Anyway, the Museum of Paleontology is like a 40-second walk from this location here. But anyway, here is a link to that. If you'd like to catch up with those falcons. And yeah, I know here on Twitch you've got no shortage of things to watch. But yeah. but I'm following them right here. Good. Cal Falcon Cam. You can also follow them on Twitter, too. Get updates about these falcons. Yeah. And here it says, we're getting to the most sensitive time of the year for peregrine falcons and cannot stress enough the dangers that drones present to wildlife. Remotely operated cameras and stuff like that. Drones, don't harass birds with those. Drones have killed, injured, and driven off birds from their territories. Please share this message with pilots before a tragic accident occurs. Stuff like that. So yeah, it's a great way to, Oh, and Annie's got a new guy. Okay. Holy cow. So anyway, on that note, peregrine falcons. Really, really cool critters. And thank you so much, Captain Lamy, for requesting that dinosaur deep dive there. Cross that off our list. Beautiful. Very, very nice. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And you've got more falcons there. Is that UT? Is that Texas, Pimpcat? Very cool. Yeah. And Pennsylvania has a pair that streams from the Rachel Carson building in Harrisburg. That is very appropriate. Rachel Carson, author of Silent Spring, correct? Yeah. UT Austin. Very cool, Pipcat. Nice. So yeah. Yeah. Really, really neat. Let's go ahead and we've not looked into our titanosaurs yet. Somebody came into chat wanting to know about titanosaurs and their egg laying and everything else. So let's get into that real quick. We've got an article from CNN of all places. Unusual dinosaur fossil discovery made in India. It's not the most unusual, but it's very cool. Yeah. And I think we probably have done Diplodocus before, Pimpcat, but it's been a long time. Feel free to redeem that one in the future, yeah. Yeah. Paleontologists working in central India have made a rare discovery, a fossilized dinosaur hatchery with 92 nests and 256 eggs, belonging to colonies of giant plant-eating titanosaurs. Now, titanosaurs are these great big Cretaceous sauropods. Titanosaurs. Some of the largest dinosaurs that ever lived are titanosaurs. I think this is supposed to be Argentinosaurus right here, maybe? Anyway, they're well known from Gondwana, from South America, India, from Africa, and Australia too. And also from Europe. And did I say India yet? They're also known from India. Really big, just enormous plant-eating dinosaurs. Huge. Just gargantuan. And like all dinosaurs, they laid eggs. Some of you might be surprised to learn that those eggs are not also enormous. They're big. They're like grapefruit sized to maybe soccer ball sized, football sized. He laid spherical eggs, like pretty perfectly round, it seems. But yeah. Study of the nests and their bowling ball sized eggs has revealed intimate details about the lives of colossal long-necked sauropods that lumbered across what's now central India more than 66 million years ago. See, CNN got it right. 66, not 65. 66. The eggs, which range between 15 centimeters and 17 centimeters in diameter, likely belong... And that's way smaller than a bowling ball. Bowling ball-sized eggs? I don't think many bowling balls are 6 inches across. I think they're significantly bigger than that. They likely belong to a number of titanosaur species. Really? Multiple species? Number of eggs in each nest ranged from 1 to 20, said lead study author Guntupalli Prasad, a paleontologist in the Department of Geology at the University of Delhi. Many of the nests were found close together. These findings suggest that titanosaurs, among the largest dinosaurs to have ever lived, were not always the most attentive parents, Prasad said. Since titanosaurs were huge in size, closely spaced nests would not have allowed them to visit the nests to maneuver and incubate the eggs or to feed the hatchlings, as the parents would step on the eggs and trample them. So yeah, these are not the prettiest preserved eggs, I guess, because, yeah, the rocks here don't really allow for that. But you've got nice circumferences, like nice cross-sections of the eggs there. Yeah. Very, very cool. The eggs discovered there were so well preserved that the team was able to detect degraded protein fragments from the eggshells. Super neat. Yeah. Prasad said that one particular egg, known as an ovum in ovo, or egg in an egg, the team had studied showed bird-like reproductive behavior and indicated that, similar to birds, some dinosaurs may have laid eggs sequentially. Ovum in ovo forms happen when in birds when an egg becomes embedded in another egg, still in the process of forming before they are laid. It's kind of like a manufacturing error in the eggs, basically. Where it's like, oops, here's an egg that's forming around this egg that's already there. Sequential laying is the release of eggs one by one, with some time gap in between two laying events. This is seen in birds. Modern reptiles, for example, turtles and crocodiles, on the other hand, lay all eggs together as a clutch, he said. And this is how, we used to think sauropod dinosaurs would have laid their eggs. At least, this is an idea I've seen before in diplodocids. Yeah. See if I can show you a video here. Yeah. This is like somebody videotaping their TV. But this is from Walking with Dinosaurs. That's a Diplodocus right there, and here's like a big fleshy tube. We don't actually know if they had this or not. But, yeah. Just deposit these eggs kind of one by one. Or all at once, one by one. Rather than like one egg today, one egg tomorrow, like birds do. Well, anyway, yeah. And then she's gonna bury them and then just walk off. Just kind of buried them in the forest floor. We now have like direct evidence that other sauropod dinosaurs, like titanosaurs for instance, actually laid their eggs in a big colony together. And they may have even protected the nests. There's a chance they even brought food back to their babies like duck-billed dinosaurs did. We're still figuring things out for titanosaurs, but this is really interesting. The ovum in ovo egg, rather, shows that, yeah, shoot, they probably didn't lay all of their eggs in one giant batch all at once. They would have had to hang around and, like, lay an egg per day, maybe. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. And No Look, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. What is that emote there? No chickens. Yeah. The eggs would have been laid in marshy flatlands and buried in shallow pits, akin to the nesting sites of modern-day crocodiles, Prasad said. Similar to crocodile hatcheries, nesting close to water may have been important to preventing the eggs from drying out and offspring dying prior to hatching, Zelenitsky added. But unlike birds and crocodiles, which both incubate their eggs, Prasad said that, based on the physical characteristics of the nests, titanosaurs likely laid their eggs and left the baby dinos to fend for themselves. Although more data is needed to be sure. They certainly did not sit on their eggs like modern birds did, because these are enormous multi-ton animals. That would be like, like an elephant trying to sit on some eggs in order to keep them warm. Very unlikely that sauropod dinosaurs actually brooded over their nests. We know some dinosaurs did that. Oviraptorosaurs, we have direct evidence of that. But for sauropods, almost certainly not. Yeah. Oh, and they even talk about Oviraptorosaurs here. There you go. Yeah. But yeah, very cool stuff. And is there a new publication here? Let's Let's see. But this is from last June. Yeah. Anyway, we'll take a look at it anyway. I don't know if we covered this last June. I was out and about during the summer, so I don't know if we had a chance to cover this. But, I feel like we did, but I don't really remember. Anyway, an ovum in ovo egg right there. Egg in an egg. We did look at this, I think. I think I remember this. Anyway, really cool stuff. Learning more about how dinosaurs reproduced. There's a classic SVP scale bar right there. Of course, from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, of which I'm a member. Yeah. Anyway, SVP. I'm excited to actually attend the meeting this year. More SVP scale bars. And look at that egg right there. Not the best preservation in the world, but it's really cool what they've been able to do with this. India, I really hope, becomes a new frontier in dinosaur paleontology, because holy cow, do they have so many amazing dinosaur fossils there. But they don't have enough paleontologists to study them. Yeah. Anyway, really cool stuff. If you'd like to learn more about this, well, here is a link to that page. There we go. Yeah. And did they squat down to lay their eggs? How goofy would a titanosaur squatting look like, Freya's Fury? Well, let me show you. I think Louis V. Ray, whose blog we looked at earlier, I think he actually has a... he's got some illustrations of... Yep. So this is his idea. Maybe titanosaurs would have... The adults would have hung around the outside of the nesting ground and helped protect it from predators. Like that marauding... What is that? A belly sore over there? Smaller ones may have gotten in there and poked around and eaten the eggs, though. Like you see right... Whoop. Like over here. But yeah, anyway. This is actually pretty good representation of what that might look like with these different nests like this. And then you've got all those footprints of the adults over there, too. But yeah, kind of a marshy ground like this. That's the reason why we have these as fossils in the first place, is because they happen to lay their eggs in an environment where they would get preserved. Which is pretty cool. It's lucky for us, you know, as paleontologists. Yeah. But let's just do a search for sauropod laying eggs. Yep. There we go. This is the one I was thinking of. So there is a sauropod dinosaur crouching to lay her eggs. Yeah. I don't know. Did they do this, or did they have like a fleshy tube that would come out, like an ovipositor? We don't know. You know, we don't have strong evidence in either direction. Soft tissue like that rarely preserves, so this is still a mystery. You know? Yeah. DNH says, or would the eggs be covered in some sticky mucus that it was covered in? Sticks to the tail and slides down? I mean, do any modern creatures do that? Usually when someone has an idea like this, an idea like that seems a little out there, they can bolster that by saying, oh yeah, these modern animals do that. Turtles do that. Lions do that. Rhinoceros do that. Humpback whales do that. I can't think of any modern analogs. I can't think of any modern creatures that do that. But yeah. Alien, second movie queen. There you go, astronomy show. No, she had an ovipositor. Yeah. Like a fleshy tube for depositing the eggs, right? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Oh, and Friendly may have taken off already. Thank you for being here, Friendly. I appreciate you. Yeah. But you like the tube idea, Truckhorn? Yeah, I didn't really have a horse in that fight either. It'd be great to actually listen to a sauropod researcher talk about this. Kerry Woodruff or Matt Wadle or... I don't know. Yeah. John Foster. And we think they buried the eggs. We do know that they actually laid their eggs in, like, depression, bowl-shaped depressions in the ground that they probably would have dug out using their hind feet. Yeah. So, two of my colleagues actually talked about this idea back in 2010. Yeah. This is a paywalled article, however. Give me a second here. Let's see. Oh, shoot. I don't know if that's gonna work. Darn it. Try this. We got it. Yeah. There we are. In the journal Historical Biology, Scratch-Digging Sauropods Revisited by Denver Fowler and Lee Hall. So they looked at the hind limbs of sauropod dinosaurs, which are very different from those of an elephant. Completely different. Here are different sauropod dinosaur forefeet, or hands. Those are the hind feet right there. They tend to have these claws that are like oriented kind of to the side like this, which are very similar to those of tortoises. And we can tell there's a footprint right there. So we can actually tell the orientation of the claws in life, which is pretty cool. There's a reconstructed Diplodocus hindfoot there. And tortoises, often have very similar shaped claws like this. Often in a very similar orientation. And tortoises will actually dig using their hind feet like that, and they're actually pretty good at digging. Yeah. Let me see if I can find you a video of that. Go for tortoise digging a burrow. You can't really see the tortoise inside, but there it is. You can see the pile of dirt forming there. The dirt flying through the air. Anyway, they're surprisingly good at digging, using their hind feet like that. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and here is a different kind of tortoise, using its front legs, actually, for digging. Yeah. Anyway, so the idea with Denver and Lee's paper is that sauropod dinosaurs, whose eggs are found in bowl-shaped nests like this, dug out of the ground, the idea is that they're using their feet for digging those nests out, which is perfectly reasonable, not at all far-fetched. So yeah. Very cool. Review of published literature demonstrates that sauropod nesting traces and clutch morphology are morphologically consistent with having been produced by some fashion of scratch digging. Scratch digging utilized for nest excavation is behavior also observed in extant tortoises, which possess unguals that have a similar functional arrangement. Modern tortoises do it. It would make sense for sauropods to do it, and it's also consistent with the fossil evidence. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Chocolate Bob, how are you doing? Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah. And even so, they might have pooped on the nest to hide or protect them. I mean, they'd have plenty, probably. We don't have any evidence of that, 7 cards? No. We do have evidence of other dinosaurs maybe putting, like, vegetation over the tops of their nests, just like crocodiles will do today. But yeah, kind of forming a nest mound like that. Yeah, for sure. But I don't know if droppings would work that well. I don't know. It might be more likely they'd accidentally crack the eggs, because, you know, the stuff could be heavy. I don't know. But yeah. Anyhow. There's our sauropod nesting behavior. And, shoot, if I didn't give it to you yet, here is a link to this article from there. Yeah. They could hide them with vegetation, too. Yeah. We do have some evidence that some dinosaurs probably did that. Yeah. I think so. You know who would be a great person to talk to about this? Would be Dave Verrecchio or maybe Ashley Ferguson. Yeah. Maybe in another stream some other time. Talk to them. For right now, though, it is time to wrap up today's broadcast. Don't go running away, everybody. Not just yet. We are going to find who else is doing some science on Twitch. And, there we go. And, we're going to go right into them. Thank you, everybody whose names are shown up here in the credits. Let's see who else is on Twitch right now. Let's see here. It looks as though it is Thursday Burbs Day. We're gonna go check out California birds, actually, and see some birds live in their backyard with all the stars up there, too. That's gonna be cool. Thank you again to everybody who watched today. Hope you had fun. Hope you learned something. Thank you to all the viewers and lurkers and chatters and question askers, you contributors and subscribers and gifters and cheerers and moderators. Thank you very much for everything. I have another exciting stream tomorrow. I haven't quite decided what we're going to do yet, but I can guarantee you it'll be fun, and I hope you'll join me for that. Around 1 or 2 p.m. California time. Until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Stay well, and let's go see what's up with California Burbs. All right. I'll see you there. Bye, everybody.